Chapter 200. When the battle ended, Zhao Feng couldn't even walk. His muscles were numb and his true force was empty. Attacking consumes more energy than defending. Furthermore, Beimuo's cultivation has reached the peak of the fourth sky, and his true force is thicker than mine. Zhao Feng's expression was solemn. This battle was definitely the most intense one he had ever fought in the Broken Moon clan. In the past battles, no one had been able to fight him to a draw. No wonder he's Beimuo, the strongest genius of the Broken Moon clan. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. If this continued, his true force would be used up and he could only admit defeat. Of course, from the beginning to the end, Zhao Feng didn't use his bloodline power, and his usage of the lightning inheritance was also very subtle. If he used his bloodline power, the result would be obvious. However, Zhao Feng didn't do that. He would rather lose. A draw was the plan that Zhao Feng had thought of, and it could be considered a low-key choice. But he didn't expect Beimuo to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. The slightest mistake could cause him to lose. Zhao Feng! Vice Headley smiled faintly and walked over. His eyes were sharp, and he could see that Zhao Feng had used up all his true force. Vice Headley, Zhao Feng smiled and greeted. This Vice Head had a good relationship with Old Man Zhang and Old Man Guan, and he had taken care of him when he first entered the inner clan. Martial Nephew Zhao, your lightning wind palm seems to have been improved? Vice Head Li asked curiously. In Zhao Feng's hands, the lightning wind palm was obviously more refined and powerful than the original skill. That's right. After I improved the lightning wind palm, there's no danger before the 6th level. Zhao Feng didn't try to hide it. This means that there's still danger after training it to the highest level. Vice Head Li was slightly disappointed. At his level, only if the lightning wind palm was trained to the highest level, the 6th level, would he truly be moved. Zhao Feng said, "After all, at the highest realm, there's a chance to summon lightning from the 9 heavens, which can instantly kill anyone below the true spirit realm. Even those at the true spirit realm have to avoid it. With such great power, it's impossible for there to be no side effects." Vice Hall Master Li nodded upon hearing this. It was impossible to avoid such a perverted power. The biggest attraction of the lightning wind palm was this. Even those at half-step true spirit realm would be moved. Actually, there was one more point that Zhao Feng didn't mention. The lightning wind palm had been perfected by him, and on top of the 6th level, he had added a 7th level. The perfected 6th level couldn't summon the lightning of the 9 heavens, but it could communicate with the lightning energy in the world, causing its might to skyrocket. Although its power could not be compared to real lightning, the risk was minimized. Furthermore, the 7th level of the lightning wind palm involved the usage of the lightning intent. Once successful, one would be able to control the power of lightning, and fighting against those at the true spirit realm would no longer be a dream. However, up until now, Zhao Feng's 7th level was still in the process of being perfected, and he had only created a model. That's right, Vice Hall Masterly. There's something else I need your help with. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something. What is it, Martial Nephew Zhao? Vice Hall Master Li was very courteous and brought Zhao Feng into the central hall for a detailed discussion. Normal disciples wouldn't receive such treatment. There's 2 main things. The first is that I want to give out a clan mission. Zhao Feng took out a pen and paper and wrote down some materials. These materials were the missing parts of the Yin Shadow Cloak. Although Zhao Feng could go find the materials himself, he had a lot of money, and he could find someone else to do it for him. Many of the upper echelons of the sects would issue missions or send disciples to run errands if they wanted to find materials or items. Zhao Feng chose the method of giving out missions. Vice Hall Master Li picked up the list and glanced over it before saying emotionally, "The value of these materials isn't small." "I know. It's estimated to be a few 100,000 substandard primal crystal stones." Zhao Feng didn't mind. The clan compensated him with 8,000 low-grade primal crystal stones, which was equivalent to 800,000 substandard primal crystal stones. In the lower echelons of the clan, the main currency was substandard primal crystal stones. Only some high-class places would use low-grade primal crystal stones, which were equivalent to hundreds of substandard primal crystal stones. All right, since you don't lack primal crystal stones, I can give out this mission for you. Vice Hall Master Li was very straightforward. To give out missions, Zhao Feng had to spend some primal crystal stones and contribution points. This was the commission for completing the mission, and no one was willing to do it for free. Next, the second thing Zhao Feng mentioned was that he had to make a trip home. Half a month? Vice Hall Masterly frowned. This was a bit long. Most sects were stricter with their disciples. It was good enough for normal disciples to take a few days off. Half a month was a bit long. This disciple is thinking of taking a normal mission near Guanjuan Province City and making a trip home. Zhao Feng had already thought about it. Taking half a month off was indeed a bit long, but if he went out in the name of taking a mission, the time limit would be different. Guanjuan Province City, there's a mission nearby, but it's a high-level one, reaching level 5. Vice Hall Masterly said. Level 5 missions usually required cultivators at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm to take part. Zhao Feng looked at the details of the mission. It was to go to the depths of the Sky Cloud Forest and find traces of a clan from outside the country. Outside the country meant that they weren't from this country. If this range was expanded, it might not even be from the 13 clans. After all, the continent was too big and there were tens of thousands of clans in the northern continent alone. Who knew where this clan came from? Mission requirement: find out where this clan came from and assess their battle strength. It would be best if you could find out their intentions. No problem. Gathering information is my forte. Zhao Feng confidently accepted the mission. With his left eye, he was a natural-born scout. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had obtained an inheritance treasure, the Yin Shadow Cloak. The Yin Shadow Cloak could hide one's aura and even make them invisible, making it suitable for gathering information. After accepting the mission, Zhao Feng said goodbye to Vice Hall Master Li and went to the Elder's residence to find First Elder. First Elder and Yonggan were both there. Amongst them, Yonggan had reported Zhao Feng to First Elder not long ago. Zhao Feng, have you completed the mission I gave you? The Great Elder said with a smile, I've completed it. Zhao Feng then told the story of how he challenged the core disciples. Hearing this, Yonggan's expression changed. He didn't think that Zhao Feng would have already challenged 3 core disciples in such a short amount of time and almost defeated all of Hai Yin Master's disciples. Zhao Feng, do you have enmity with Hai Yin Master? First Elder was slightly surprised. Master, there's a bit of enmity between us. Zhao Feng then told him about Lord Guanjuan and Su Ran. This wasn't a big secret. Zhao Feng had wanted to tell First Elder long ago so that he could protect Lord Guanjuan, who was outside the clan. I see. I've also heard about this back then. At that time, Hai Yin Master was young and arrogant, offending many people. But I hope that you can put the overall situation of the sect above all else. Don't let the hatred and conflict worsen. First Elder said solemnly, Don't worry, Master. I'm not here for revenge. Disciple only has one goal, and that is to surpass Hai Yin Master and take revenge for Master Su Ran. That's all. Zhao Feng directly set his goal. First Elder said deeply, If that's all, I won't object. He was happy that this disciple of his was someone who cared about others, and he admired this. If Zhao Feng could really reach that step, he would be overjoyed. Disciple is worried that Hai Yin Master won't let Disciple grow, and it might affect Master Su Ran and the others. Zhao Feng said his worries. Don't worry, with me here, Hai Yin Master won't dare to do anything to you or the people around you. This is a taboo of the clan. A light flashed in First Elder's eyes. "But I can't interfere in the competition between the younger generation," First Elder added. Zhao Feng nodded his head. This was a matter of principle. Elders wouldn't interfere in the matters of the younger generation. Just like today, Zhao Feng had challenged 3 of Hai Yin Master's disciples and almost swept all of them. But Hai Yin Master wouldn't interfere, he would just laugh. With First Elder's guarantee, Hai Yin Master couldn't do anything to Zhao Feng or the people around him. This way, Zhao Feng wouldn't have anything to worry about anymore. Hai Yin Master's goal is to use Beimoi to control me. But he doesn't know that Beimoi isn't my match in terms of strength. Zhao Feng thought in his heart. The reason why he didn't defeat Beimoi was because he wanted to use Beimoi as a whetstone for him. While Zhao Feng was growing, Beimoi was also growing rapidly. Furthermore, both of them had the inheritance of the floating Crest Palace. How could he not use such a good whetstone to achieve Hai Yin Master's goal of balance? Before leaving, First Elder reminded, "You need to come back in time for the 3 clan party in half a month." Now that Zhao Feng had entered the top 3, there was no more suspense in the 3 clan party with Beimoi. After saying goodbye to First Elder, Zhao Feng returned to his place and put some items into his interspatial bracelet. The second day, Zhao Feng left the Broken Moon clan by himself. When he left, he found that Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan had both broken through to the Ascended Realm and reported to the Central Division that they were about to become inner disciples. Zhao Feng nodded his head in his heart. Becoming an inner disciple meant that the clan would focus on nurturing them. On the day that Zhao Feng left, the upper echelon of the Broken Moon clan, the clan master, and several elders gathered together. The Lin Moon clan has sent another invitation. Each clan only has 3 spots for this 3 clan party. The Broken Moon clan master said with furrowed eyebrows, "In the past there were 4 to 5. Why are there so few this year?" Hai Yin Master was slightly surprised. Apparently, the geniuses of the Lin Moon clan and Silver Moon clan are extremely strong this time. 1 person from each of the 2 great sects obtained the inheritance during the trial. The Broken Moon clan master continued. The expressions of the elders became solemn. They didn't think that both the Lin Moon clan and Silver Moon clan would receive an inheritance. In the past, only 1 or 2 disciples would receive an inheritance every 100 years, and inheritance wasn't necessarily strong. But this time, each of the 3 sects had a disciple who had obtained the legacy. The competition was not just ordinary. Chapter 201. Sun Feather City. As the sun set, some families in the city had already lit up their oil lamps. At this time, many sellers had packed up and left the city. At the city gate, a green-haired, evil-looking youth walked into the city with a dark gray cloak fluttering in the wind. If it was daytime, the young man's outfit would definitely attract attention. But now that it was night, the young man's figure seemed to be a bit dim. Sun Feather City hasn't changed much in the past year. Zhao Feng murmured. Not many people in Sun Feather City recognized him. Compared to a year ago, Zhao Feng's figure was even taller. Whether it was his clothes or his demeanor, he was like a completely different person. As he got closer to the Zhao clan's territory, the number of people increased. Why are there so many people in front of the Zhao clan's gate? Zhao Feng had a strange expression on his face. Normally, as one of the 3 major families in Sun Feather City, the Zhao clan's gate was very quiet. Most of the people were young men. This year's Genius Summit doesn't seem to be as good as the last one. Xian Wuheng and Zhao Feng, the 2 top geniuses, have left Sun Feather City. Those 2 are legendary figures. This year's Genius Summit was started by the top genius of the Zhao family, Zhao Linlong. I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation of Sun Feather City can compete with Zhao Linlong. That's hard to say. The young genius of the Xian family, Xian Fei, has been improving day by day. He might not be any weaker than Zhao Linlong. There were many people at the gate of the Zhao clan because of this year's Genius Summit. However, only a small number of people were able to enter the Zhao clan to watch the Genius Summit. Some of them wanted to sneak into the Zhao clan to watch the Genius Summit. However, most of them failed. But there were also a few people who were good at movement techniques that managed to sneak in. After all, the Zhao clan wasn't a restricted area of the Imperial Palace. Genius Summit? Zhao Feng calculated the time. The Genius Summit of Sun Feather City was held once a year, and it was around this time. Furthermore, the host of the Genius Summit would rotate among the 3 major clans. The performance of the Zhao clan's geniuses in the last Genius Summit was incomparably dazzling. Zhao Feng, Zhao Linlong, and Zhao Yufei were among the top 3 geniuses. Back mountain of the Zhao clan, in front of a brightly lit man-made lake, there were several pavilions and spectator stands. At this moment, the 2 youths stood together on the shore, their saber winds crisscrossing. From time to time, shouts could be heard from the nearby pavilions and spectator stands. Those who could participate in the Genius Summit were at least at the 4th stage of the martial path, and their battle would cause quite a commotion. There were also a few elders from the 3 major clans who had reached the 7th stage of the martial path. In the pavilion at the front sat several geniuses from the Zhao clan. Zhao Linlong, Zhao Feng, Zhao Qin, and Zhao Han were all there. Brother Linlong, I'm afraid no one can compete with you in this Genius Summit. Zhao Qin said with a smile. Xian Fei from the Xian family and Qiu Mingyu from the Qiu family are both much stronger than before, especially Xian Fei. Although he hasn't reached the 6th rank of the martial path, his battle strength is quite strong. Zhao Linlong sat in the middle, looking much more mature than before. After the tempering of the previous Genius Summit, Zhao Linlong's personality had become more mature. He was the organizer of this year's Genius Summit. He didn't underestimate any of the battles on the stage. After some of the sparring ended, he would even give a comment or two, and each comment would hit the nail on the head, causing the crowd to admire him. As time passed, the Genius Summit became more and more exciting. Towards the end, the 2 geniuses of the previous Genius Summit, Zhao Linlong and Qiu Mingyu, appeared. When the geniuses of the previous Genius Summit made their moves, the ordinary geniuses all retreated. But there was one exception, the scarred youth from the Xian family, Xian Fei. Xian Fei's blade skills were sharp and had a unique style. He had even trained a high-ranked blade skill to the max level. There was basically no one who could last more than 3 moves against him. Why do I feel like this Genius Summit is a little boring? Zhao Qin, and the others looked at each other. There were 5 geniuses of the previous Genius Summit, but 3 of them left. This Genius Summit is destined to be incomparable to the previous one. Zhao Qin sighed. Everyone who had participated in the previous Genius Summit had the same feeling. Not only were there very few geniuses at this Genius Summit, there weren't many twists and turns. Thinking back to the previous Genius Summit, there were so many twists and turns. Only Zhao Linlong, Qiu Mingyu, and Xian Fei were able to stand out this time. Amongst them, the older geniuses, Zhao Linlong and Qiu Mingyu, were ranked last in the previous Genius Summit. Finally, the Genius Summit reached its climax. Zhao Linlong, Qiu Mingyu, and Xian Fei began to compete for the top spots. Only these 3 had the right to be listed as one of the Genius Summit. The others weren't on the same level. Qiu Mingyu and Xian Fei first exchanged blows. The former was the top beauty of Sun Feather City, and her cultivation had recently reached the 6th rank of the martial path. Xian Fei's cultivation had reached the peak 5th rank of the martial path, and his battle strength was shocking. Every slash was unique, as if it had been polished by time. This Xian Fei seems to have been influenced by Xian Wuheng. There's something unique about his blade skills. Zhao Qi furrowed his eyebrows as he fell into deep thought. At his current level, He couldn't even touch the level of intent. Intent was one of the most important factors in reaching the holy martial path and learning holy martial arts. Back then, Xan Wuheng and Zhao Feng both had such things on them. Cloud slash! Xan Fei shouted. The energy of the blade faintly pulsated. Like a rainbow blade, it cut through the clouds. Puchi! Xiaomingyu's inner force protection shattered, and a strand of her hair was cut off. It was obvious that Xan Fei hadn't used his full strength yet. No one had thought that Xan Fei would be able to beat Xiaomingyu so quickly. Next, it was time for the final battle, the clash between Xan Fei and Zhao Linlong. The battle between the two was intense, and the two figures intertwined. In the end, the two landed on the surface of the lake and continued to exchange blows. The crowd was speechless as they watched. Meow meow. A weird cat's cry came from the Zhao clan's pavilion. Zhao Qi and the others, who had been paying full attention to the situation, turned around and their expressions changed. Who was it? At some unknown time, a one-eyed youth with blue hair had appeared in the Zhao family's pavilion. On his shoulder sat a palm-sized gray cat. The young man had appeared behind them without a sound. If it wasn't for the cat, they wouldn't have noticed him at all. Zhao Qin, it's only been a year and you don't recognize me? The azure-haired young man chuckled. You're Zhao Feng. Zhao Qi and the others were shocked as they finally recognized the young man. Zhao Feng. He's Zhao Feng? The commotion in the Zhao clan's pavilion alerted the spectators nearby. Soon, more and more people recognized the green-haired, one-eyed, evil-looking youth. How did Zhao Feng become like this? He's blind in one eye and his hair has turned azure? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the battle on the lake finally came to an end. Zhao Linlong and Xan Fei took a head-on blow and both spat out blood. A deep cut appeared on Zhao Linlong's shoulder and he fell into the lake. Thank you. Xan Fei floated back to the lakeshore. With the gaze of a wind and cloud king, he swept his gaze across the entire crowd. Zhao Linlong's face was dim as he returned to the pavilion. You! Suddenly, Zhao Linlong's eyes landed on the azure-haired young man in the pavilion. Zhao Feng, I can't believe you're here. Xan Fei's eyes flashed, and his body was filled with battle intent. Everyone's eyes were on the azure-haired young man. He's back. Some of the upper echelons of the Zhao clan couldn't help but exclaim. In the pavilion, Zhao Linlong had a complicated expression, and his voice was a bit hoarse. Zhao Feng, you've come back at the right time to win for the Zhao clan. Zhao Feng, I'm lacking a real opponent. Xan Fei challenged Zhao Feng. No need, I'm just here to have a look. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and rejected the challenge. Wouldn't he be bullying the weak if he came to the summit at his level? Although Zhao Feng was younger than most of the youths here. Reject the challenge? Only Zhao Linlong realized that Zhao Feng's aura was immeasurably deep. Zhao Feng's strength probably exceeded his level, and he didn't want to fight him. Tongue! Just as Xan Fei was about to speak, a few figures appeared from afar. Ha ha ha. Sun Feather City's summit is only SOO. The three youths entered the venue of the summit. The one in the middle was a youth in a black robe who had reached the peak 6th rank of the martial path. The two youths beside him had also reached the 6th rank. Who's there? The crowd exclaimed. Not good. These three are the geniuses of Maplewood City. The one leading them is called Yu Tianhua. I heard that he's unrivaled amongst the younger generation in several small cities. Zhao Linlong exclaimed. Half a month ago he had fought with Yu Tianhua and was defeated within 10 moves. Yu Tianhua. Some of the youths here had heard of this name before. Sun Feather City, send out your strongest genius to fight with me. Yu Tianhua's cold eyes scanned the crowd. Xan Fei sneered and stepped forward. Yu Tianhua smiled in disdain and waved his palms. A black light broke out from his body, and gave off a tyrannical aura. Zhao Feng found that Yu Tianhua's skill was a bit demonic. He guessed that this person should be cultivating an incomplete, half-holy skill. The two exchanged a few moves, and Xen Fei was sent flying with a palm and spat out blood. How is this possible? You're not at the 6th rank of the martial path. Xen Fei's face was pale white and filled with shock. Ha. That's right. You have good eyes. Yu Tianhua let out a wild laugh. A black inner strength was suddenly released, forming a strange aura. 7th rank of the martial path. Everyone was shocked and felt a suffocating pressure. Even the elders of the several clans in the spectator stands were shocked. From the strength he had displayed, even the elders of the Zhao clan might not be his match. Who else can fight with the geniuses of Sun Feather City? How about this? Your 3 strongest geniuses can come at me together. Yu Tianhua and the other 2 stood in the middle of the venue and laughed. At this moment, the geniuses of the 3 families of Sun Feather City had ugly expressions. These people were here to cause trouble and crush the geniuses of Sun Feather City under their feet. Chapter 202. At the venue of the summit, Yu Tianhua and the other 2 laughed wantonly. Their expressions were arrogant and condescending. The geniuses of the 3 families cursed out loud. The elders on the spectator stand wanted to take action, but they didn't know what to do. They were the elders after all. Even if they kicked them out, it would bring shame to the 3 families. Everyone attack! The youths were enraged to the extreme and finally exploded, pouncing towards Yu Tianhua and the other 2. Pung! 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 However, before they could even get close, they were sent flying by Yu Tianhua's inner strength. When one reached the 7th stage of the martial path, one's inner force could pierce through the air and injure others. It was a level higher than a martial artist. Ha. The geniuses of Sun Feather City are only SO. Trying to bully them with numbers? I, Yu Tianhua, will take you all on. Yu Tianhua became more arrogant as he fought, his aura becoming stronger. Most of the youths were of the 4th or 5th rank, so they couldn't even get close to him. In just a short while, 10 of them couldn't even stand up. Zhao Linlong and the others clenched their teeth and prepared to take action. You guys aren't his match, let me. Zhao Feng sighed. Under this situation, the elders of the Zhao clan couldn't take action. Furthermore, with Yu Tianhua's strength, most elders of the 7th rank wouldn't be his match. Seeing Zhao Feng take action, the eyes of Zhao Linlong and the others lit up. Zhao Feng was the top genius of the last Bright Moon sect. He had entered the Guanjuan Palace a year ago and was said to be the disciple of the legendary Lord Guanjuan. His story was a legend in Sun Feather City. Who's that? It's Zhao Feng, the top genius of the last Bright Moon sect. He should be able to take on Yu Tianhua. Many people recognized Zhao Feng. Brother Zhao, this guy has the strength of a martial master. He's very strong. Xen Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and reminded. Yu Tianhua and company noticed Zhao Feng. It was a young man with azure hair and a single eye. He was indifferent and calm, and the aura he emanated was unfathomable. He was like the ruler of the night. Yu Tianhua's smile disappeared. He stared at Zhao Feng and actually put away his arrogance and contempt. Even he couldn't see through the youth in front of him, but the other party's every move vaguely gave him pressure. He had only felt a similar feeling from the mysterious teacher who had taught him martial arts. Moreover, Zhao Feng's gaze was sharp and powerful, as if it could see through one's soul. Just his gaze alone was enough to give others pressure. Ha. One-eyed dragon? Kid, your get-up is more like scaring little kids. Why are you pretending to be a one-eyed bandit? The 2 people beside Yu Tianhua raised their heads and laughed. Although Zhao Feng was wearing an eye patch, he did not look ferocious. Coupled with his tall stature and elegant blue hair, there was a tinge of evilness and elegance in his indifference. 3 idiots. I'll give you a chance. Get out of the Zhao clan before I count to 10. Zhao Feng's eyes were filled with coldness and murderous intent. Suddenly, his azure hair danced in the air even though there was no wind. Everyone was shocked, and their gazes were all attracted by Zhao Feng. This is the aura! Zhao Feng, who was in the Zhao clan's pavilion, caught the subtle change. It turned out that every move of Zhao Feng naturally contained the intent of the wind. A year ago at the summit, Zhao Feng and Xan Wuheng had a similar feeling. An expert. This was the aura of an expert. Yu Tianhua and the other two felt a strong visual impact and were almost stunned. 10, 9, 8. Zhao Feng started to count down. The geniuses of the three clans held their breaths as excitement appeared on their faces. At this moment, Zhao Feng's domineering aura seemed to be suppressing his opponent. At the very least, in terms of momentum, he was suppressing his opponent. So cool! Why does he have such beautiful hair? I want to dye my hair too. The hearts of some of the girls were beating fast. Especially Zhao Feng's azure hair, the color was pure like bamboo, giving off a sense of spirituality. Even the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City, Qiu Mingyu, was a bit envious and curious. He's a boy. How can he have such beautiful hair? I remember this guy had black hair before. 8, 7, 6. Zhao Feng's gaze was like a blade as he stared at Yu Tianhua and the other two. Kid, don't be arrogant. Yu Tianhua looked fierce, but he was weak inside. To be honest, he was shocked by Zhao Feng's aura, but he was unwilling to leave just like that. To think that he, Yu Tianhua, had swept away the geniuses of the surrounding cities. How glorious was that? How could he yield in front of this kid? However, as soon as Yu Tianhua opened his mouth, the situation changed. Zhao Feng's voice came to a halt. Shua! With a flash, Zhao Feng appeared next to the three. Without saying anything, he raised his leg and kicked. What's going on? He didn't finish counting to 10. Everyone was shocked. Yu Tianhua and the other two were caught off guard. Peng! Zhao Feng kicked one of the geniuses of the 6th rank of the martial path. Plop! The youth screamed as he fell into the lake. Then, Zhao Feng raised his leg and kicked another person. Don't even think about it. The youth circulated his inner strength and tried to resist. Peng! All of his efforts were in vain. He could only watch helplessly as he was kicked away and fell into the lake. In the blink of an eye, 2 geniuses of the 6th rank of the martial path were kicked into the lake without any ability to resist. This kid is weird. Yu Tianhua cursed. When Zhao Feng attacked, there was an indescribable intent. Even if he could see his movements, he couldn't dodge it. Yu Tianhua had only felt this level from his teacher. Could it be that this kid had reached the level of the martial Dao Saint realm? He was shocked as he circulated his inner strength to protect himself. However, his demonic Dao inner strength couldn't hinder Zhao Feng in the slightest. His opponent's body was flowing with a green light that was a level higher than inner strength. It suppressed his inner strength and made it hard for him to move. Not good. This is true force that only a holy martial path expert can possess. Stop! Yu Tianhua shouted in surprise. Why? Zhao Feng's foot stopped in front of his chest, and he smiled. You didn't finish counting to 10. You're going back on your words. Yu Tianhua said incoherently. Peng! Zhao Feng kicked him into the lake and sneered. I can count to 10, but that's only if you cooperate obediently. If you dare to be rude, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your lives. In a short while, the 3 were all kicked into the lake. The geniuses of the 3 clans were dumbfounded. A master of the 7th rank of the martial path was kicked away by Zhao Feng. Some of the elders behind him were shocked and speechless. Someone bring them up. Zhao Feng ordered. Soon, some youths brought the 3 back to the shore. Yu Tianhua and the other 2 had been kicked by Zhao Feng. Their limbs were numb, and they didn't even have the strength to walk. The three of you dare to come to the Zhao clan's territory. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize. Zhao Feng looked down at the three. Impossible. Yu Tianhua snickered coldly. My master is a Holy Realm expert. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, the Zhao family will have no place in the Cloud Country. He admitted that he wasn't Zhao Feng's match, but it was impossible for him to kneel down and apologize. Holy Martial Path expert. The expressions of some of the elders of the three clans changed drastically. How arrogant. It looks like you don't know who the true ruler of the Cloud Country is. Zhao Feng chuckled. Hearing this, Yu Tianhua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Zhao Feng could also reach that level? Since you're so arrogant, don't blame me for crippling your cultivation. Zhao Feng raised his palm and slapped Yu Tianhua. Crack! The meridians in Yu Tianhua's body were broken inch by inch. Then, the inner strength in his body was wiped out. No, Yu Tianhua screamed. He wanted to beg, but it was too late. Zhao Feng had only used a bit of true force to wipe out all the inner strength in his body, destroying his meridians and dantian. In the blink of an eye, Yu Tianhua had become a cripple. The crowd could only feel a chill penetrating their bones. Qiu Mingyu, the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City, suddenly remembered how she used her beauty to seduce Zhao Feng. Thinking about it now, she was scared. Spare us. Sir, please spare us. We admit our defeat and apologize to the Zhao clan. The other two were scared out of their wits and kowtowed. Piss off. I gave you 2 chances, but you didn't take it. If you disobey again. Yes. The 2 youths of the 6th rank carried Yu Tianhua out of the Zhao clan. After leaving the Zhao clan's territory, Yu Tianhua bit his lips and said with hatred, Zhao Feng, just you wait. Teacher won't let you go. Before, the 3 didn't dare to speak. Yu Tianhua was even more worried that if he opened his mouth, it would give Zhao Feng an excuse to kill him. Back mountain of the Zhao clan. The accident at the summit was settled by Zhao Feng. At the summit, the geniuses of Sunfeather City looked at the legendary youth from last year's summit with admiration, respect, and fear. The summit came to an end. Zhao Feng didn't participate in the summit, but his appearance made all the other geniuses dim. That night, in the main hall of the Zhao clan, the family head and a few elders welcomed Zhao Feng. In the banquet, Zhao Linlong and the others were lucky enough to join. Seeing Zhao Feng being respected by the family head and the elders, they felt complicated. The family head, Zhao Tiantsong, was nervous. Thinking of how he had treated Zhao Feng in the past, Zhao Tsongtian felt uneasy. With Zhao Feng's current strength, it was easy for him to deal with the head of the Zhao family. Fortunately, Elder Zhao Yusong had a good relationship with Zhao Feng, and they often talked and laughed. Zhao Yusong had discovered Zhao Feng in the family martial gathering and had helped him many times since then. Zhao Feng obviously wouldn't forget his kindness, so he secretly gave Zhao Yusong a few marrow cleansing pills, as well as some half-mortal rank or peak rank mortal cultivation techniques. These things weren't worth mentioning to Zhao Feng, but they were priceless treasures to those outside the sections. Zhao Yusong was grateful for his foresight back then. I heard that Yu Tianhua has a sacred realm expert behind him. If Feng Er destroys his cultivation, I'm afraid the patriarch and several elders felt uneasy and worried about this. A sacred realm expert? I'd like to see him. Zhao Feng sneered. At the level of the clan head and the others, they still didn't know that in the Cloud Nation there was an existence that was above all. At the end of the banquet, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered something. You mean Zhao Yufei? Chapter 203. Zhao Feng had only asked casually, but he didn't think that the upper echelons of the Zhao clan would actually know where Zhao Yufei was. That year in the Guanjuan Palace, Quan Qin had personally fought with Lord Guanjuan. The scene was chaotic, and after that, Zhao Yufei had disappeared. But Zhao Feng had used his left eye to look at the city and confirmed that Zhao Yufei had been taken away by her grandfather, so he didn't pursue the matter. Zhao Tiansong said, "If you had come half a month earlier, you would have met her." Half a month ago? Zhao Feng was slightly shocked. Does that mean that Zhao Yufei had come back? When Sister Yufei came back, everyone was stunned. She was like a goddess. Even the most beautiful Qiumingyu of Sunfeather City was overshadowed. Zhao Linlong and the other juniors sighed. Thinking back to the scene, everyone was shocked. The elders and the head of the family were full of respect. Oh, what shocking things did Yufei do at that time? Zhao Feng asked curiously. Zhao Tiansong immediately explained what had happened. It had happened half a month ago. Zhao Yufei had returned to the Zhao clan, but she was only passing by. After a year, Zhao Yufei returned to Sunfeather City. She was as beautiful as a fairy, stunning the mortal world. A year ago, she was already as pretty as the prettiest girl in the Sunfeather Peak, Qiumingyu. But after a year, she had completely transformed into a fairy. At that time, the young master of the Xen family had been taught a lesson because of her beauty. After that, the elders of the Qiu and Xen family came to ask for her hand in marriage, but they were easily defeated by her. Zhao Yusong exclaimed. Half a month ago, Zhao Yufei's performance was too shocking. Of course, only a few people knew about this. After that, the Qiu and Xen family became even more secretive towards the Zhao family. I see. After listening, Zhao Feng already had a guess in his heart. Only by advancing to the transcending mortality stage would one be able to be reborn. Moreover, Zhao Yufei was currently in the 18 changes period of a young girl. If he wasn't wrong, Zhao Yufei must have joined another sect. After all, there were 13 sects in the 13 countries of the Sky Cloud Forest. For the next couple of days, Zhao Feng stayed at the Zhao clan to accompany his parents. He also taught Zhao Linlong, Zhao Qi, and the others martial arts. Even the patriarch and several elders humbly came to consult Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was not stingy with his teachings. After all, he had grown up here. On the third day, bad news came from the Zhao clan. Yu Tianhua's mysterious teacher, that reclusive Saint Realm Master, has already arrived at Sunfeather City. Zhao Songtian, the master of the family, came over in panic. Zhao Feng said calmly, "What's there to panic about? What's there to let these people come?" The true power of the Cloud Country was the Broken Moon clan. For Zhao Feng, this was his territory. Even if the opponent's cultivation was higher than his, they would have to think twice. Furthermore, from Yu Tianhua's skills, Zhao Feng could tell that the opponent wasn't very strong. On the fourth day, news came from the upper echelon of the Zhao clan. Yu Tianhua's mysterious teacher has been invited by the Qiu and Xan family. This news made the head of the family and the others even more worried. Half a month ago, Zhao Yufei returned and shocked both the Qiu and Xan clans, sweeping away the two clans' reputation. And now, the two families had found a chance to get close to a Saint Realm Master. The Qiu and Xan family don't know what's good for them. Do they want to be removed from Sunfeather City? A bright smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. In the eyes of ordinary clans in the secular world, a sage was basically a legendary and invincible existence. Therefore, the two clans were very confident. But how would they know that in the clan world, the holy martial path was just the beginning? On the same night, not good, the elders of the Qiu and Xan family, as well as the Saint Realm Master, have come to visit the Zhao clan. The upper echelon of the Zhao family panicked. Guests! Zhao Feng casually spat out 2 words. Inside the hall of the Zhao clan, the head of the family was on pins and needles. The elders were uneasy, but they forced themselves to calm down. Head of the family, Zhao Feng suddenly spoke. "Feng'er, what can I do for you?" Zhao Tiansong said politely, "Have you ever thought about making the Zhao clan the only family in Sunfeather City?" Zhao Feng smiled faintly and said, "What? You mean?" The head of the family and the elders were all shocked. Zhao Feng was too arrogant, dominating the Zhao clan. The Qiu and Xian families have deep roots, especially the Xian family, who have connections with the other families in the royal capital. Plus, the Guanjuan Palace and the Cloud Country don't want to see a single family dominating any area. Zhao Yusong shook his head and sighed. Even if the Zhao clan didn't have the power, they would face a lot of resistance. As long as they want, none of this is a problem. Zhao Feng smiled and didn't say anything else. At that instant, footsteps could be heard coming from outside the hall, followed by a powerful aura. "Those who hurt my disciple, kneel down and accept your death." A vigorous and deep voice reverberated in the huge hall. In the next moment, the aura of the ascended mortality saint stage descended from the sky and penetrated the heaven and earth Yuan Qi. Boom! The head of the family and elders in the hall felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow and their breathing became hard. The upper echelon of the Qiu and Xian families surrounded a white, bearded elder as they entered the hall. "Who's Zhao Feng?" The white, bearded elder scanned the hall. His gaze quickly landed on Zhao Feng, who was the only one who remained calm and had a mysterious smile on his face. "You are—" The expression of the white, bearded elder changed slightly when he saw Zhao Feng. With his level, he could obviously see that Zhao Feng was at the ascended realm, which meant that Zhao Feng's cultivation was even higher than his. "He, a measly second sky, dares to find trouble with me?" Zhao Feng shook his head with a smile. The white-brow old man's face changed. The true power in his body surged, and he bellowed, "Brat! This is the territory of the Broken Moon clan. How dare you do this?" Broken Moon clan? Zhao Feng was dazed when he heard this. "Kid, are you scared? I won't trouble you. Just apologize, and I'll let you go." The white-browed old man had a proud look on his face and was filled with confidence. Even if the opponent was from the same world, this was the territory of the Broken Moon clan. If the opponent didn't have a high cultivation, they would have to think twice. Hearing this, the expressions of the Qiu and Xian families changed. How could they let this brat go so easily? The white-browed old man glanced at them coldly. The cultivation of this kid in front of him might be above his own. Right now, he was like an arrow on a bowstring, and he needed to find a way out. That Yu Tianhua was just a disciple he had casually taken in, and he was only used to run errands. But if he fought with a true saint for him, it would be a huge loss. "Hee, Broken Moon clan. Looking at your old age, you are still running around outside. You must be an errand boy for the External Affairs Hall." Zhao Feng smiled. "What, you?" The white, bearded elder's expression changed dramatically. He didn't think that Zhao Feng would see through his identity. That's right. He was the same as Lord Guanjuan. He belonged to the Outer Mission Division and was sent out to run errands. This kind of clan members usually didn't have enough cultivation and thus were sent out to run errands. Lord Guanjuan and Lord Sangtia were people that didn't belong to the clan. "Could it be that you're also—" Cold sweat appeared on the white, bearded elder's forehead. "Pa." Zhao Feng took out a jade token and threw it on the ground as he stared coldly at the white, bearded elder without saying a word. There was an eye-catching, true character on the jade token. "Core disciple." The white, bearded elder's face instantly paled as he panicked. "I'm blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai." After saying this, he respectfully handed the token to Zhao Feng with a humble expression. Being a member of the Outer Mission Division, the white, bearded elder had been an outer disciple and hadn't reached the ascended realm before the age of 30. And the core disciple of the inner disciples was an existence that he could only dream of. Although the white, bearded elder had always been at the edge of the clan, he still knew a bit about the clan. Normally, the core disciples of the inner disciples would have the upper echelons of the clan behind them, such as an elder. To him, who was at the bottom of the sect, such a person was no different from a crown prince. This scene made the three families of Sun Feather City dazed. What's going on? The Chiu and Xian families panicked. The upper echelons of the Zhao clan looked at Zhao Feng with shock and joy. No one had expected that the reclusive master would lead the higher-ups of the two clans to denounce them. In the end, they would end up in such dire straits. The so-called hidden expert had surrendered to Zhao Feng. Cripple these people's cultivations. From today onwards, there will only be one big family in Sun Feather City, the Zhao clan. Zhao Feng ordered. The Chiu and Xian clans were shameless. Half a month ago, Zhao Yufei made a move to intimidate them. Who would have thought that this group of people did not know what was good for them? Yes. The white-browed elder had a respectful expression on his face. Instead of being shocked, he was overjoyed. This was the perfect opportunity for him to redeem himself. What happened next was shocking. The white-bearded elder beat all the upper echelons of the Chiu and Xian families to the ground, crippling their cultivation. This scene made the upper echelons of the Zhao clan suck in a cold breath. They had finally seen the extraordinary power of a sage, and such an expert was willing to be Zhao Feng's lackey. On the same night, the Chiu and Xian families were removed from Sun Feather City. More than half of the upper echelons of the two families had their cultivation crippled. Even if they stayed in Sun Feather City, they wouldn't be able to fight against the Zhao clan. The Chiu family left Sun Feather City to join a big family in the capital, and the Xian family directly submitted to the Zhao clan. One night, the situation in Sun Feather City had changed drastically. Zhao Feng and the white-bearded elder looked at it all coldly. The rise and fall of the mortal world in their eyes was like the migration of ants. As a disciple of a righteous sect, why would your disciple know a demonic skill, even though it's only at the half-mortal level? Zhao Feng asked casually. The white-browed old man said in panic, "That demon Dao cultivation technique was obtained by me in a corner of the sky cloud forest. Recently, there were traces of foreign sections." Foreign sects? So you're the one who found the mission? Zhao Feng asked curiously. That's right. I was the one who found the foreign sections. Lord Guanjuan is also helping, but none of the people he sent out have returned. The white-bearded elder explained. What a coincidence. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't think that Lord Guanjuan would be involved in this mission as well. According to what I know, this mission is a rank 5 mission. Are you carrying out the mission alone? The white-bearded elder asked carefully. Chapter 204. That's right, it's just me. Zhao Feng glanced at the white-bearded old man, and he could guess what the latter was thinking. In the Broken Moon clan, only those at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm or higher could take on a 5th-level mission. Since Zhao Feng was by himself, it was obvious that his cultivation hadn't reached the requirement yet. There have been figures at the 7th sky of the Ascended Realm in the foreign clan. Although we won't fight them head-on, the risk of this mission is extremely high, and there's a chance that it might be above the 6th level. The white-bearded old man added, as if he wanted Zhao Feng to back off. He had originally thought that the clan would place great importance on a mission related to the foreign clan and send at least 2 at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm, or even 1 at the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. But who would have thought that only 1 disciple would be sent for this mission? Since the clan is willing to give this mission to me, there must be a reason. Zhao Feng's tone was filled with confidence, which surprised the white-bearded old man. But then he thought about it. According to normal procedures, the clan wouldn't allow people to take on missions higher than their cultivation, let alone such a sensitive and dangerous mission. But the clan had allowed it. This itself was very strange. The white-bearded old man couldn't help but look at Zhao Feng a few more times. This youth was very young, but his words and actions were calm, and the decisiveness he had displayed was not something that disciples of the same age could compare to. This mission must be completed within 10 days. Zhao Feng continued. 10 days? That's a bit hard. The clues about the foreign clan are deep within the sky cloud forest. Trying to find them is like finding a needle in a haystack. The white-bearded old man said. The 3-clan party is about to begin in 10 days, so, Zhao Feng said decisively. At the same time, he was confident that information gathering was his forte. With his godlike left eye, he was an invincible scout. 3-clan party? The elder with white eyebrows was filled with respect, and his gaze toward Zhao Feng instantly changed. He obviously knew what it meant to be able to participate in the 3-clan party. This meant that Zhao Feng's strength was at the top of the core disciples. After that, the two of them started to discuss the situation of the mission. The white-browed old man took out a map and marked the clues to the foreign sections. Zhao Feng looked at some of the terrain on the map and felt that it was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, another map appeared in his mind. Back when he was in the Guanjuan Palace, he had gone to the Sky Cloud Forest to carry out a mission to exterminate the bandits. That mission was temporarily ended due to the appearance of the mysterious man in the bamboo hat. But not long after, the mysterious man in the bamboo hat controlled the king-level Fierce Beast and led the Fierce Beast army to attack Guangling City. And this time, the clues for the mission also started from this place. Is there a connection between the two? Zhao Feng frowned and fell into deep thought. Zhao Feng had no way of estimating the strength of that mysterious bamboo hat man. After all, his level at the time was limited. But at that time, Zhao Feng instinctively felt that the opponent was stronger than Lord Guanjuan. What left the deepest impression on him was that the mysterious man in the bamboo hat had a pair of deep blue eyes. "What's your name?" Zhao Feng suddenly asked. "My name is Bai Yunlai. My nickname is Whitebrow. You can call me Whitebrow, old man." The white-browed old man smiled awkwardly. Zhao Feng only started to pay attention to his name now. His presence was too low. "Whitebrow, old man, I alone will be enough for this mission," Zhao Feng ordered. But the white-browed old man was surprised. Zhao Feng didn't need his help to carry out this mission alone. "You can leave now, I've been there before." Zhao Feng waved his hand impatiently. Yes, yes. The white-browed old man didn't dare to disobey. His figure flashed and disappeared from the room, sending the white-browed old man away. Zhao Feng's lips curled into a smile. On the same night, the white-browed old man and Zhao Feng disappeared one after the other. Deep into the night, the old man with white eyebrows flew like a ghost and left Sun Feather City quickly. I don't know if this brat is arrogant or smart. He doesn't need my help. The white-browed old man murmured to himself as his figure merged into the night and headed towards a certain direction in the Sky Cloud Forest. After entering the Sky Cloud Forest, the white-browed old man's speed didn't slow down, and he seemed to be very familiar with the terrain. He didn't know that there was a shadow-like existence behind him that merged into the night. Shwa! The Een shadow, cloak shook, and a half-transparent figure with flowing azure hair appeared. As I thought, Zhao Feng laughed coldly. His left eye could see hundreds of yards away, and he could clearly see the white-browed old man's true force and blood flow. Zhao Feng could even see through the old man's organs. After reaching the Ascended Realm, Zhao Feng's left eye had become stronger, and his power had also increased. The azure abyss in the dimension of his left eye was 4 feet long, and it spun continuously. If one looked closely, they would realize that the true force deep within the white-browed old man's dantian was a hint of scarlet black, and his organs were different from cultivators of the righteous path. He cultivates the demonic sex cultivation technique and is poisoned, yet he still hides it so deeply. Zhao Feng saw the white-browed old man's situation clearly. No one under the true spirit realm could hide from Zhao Feng's eyes. Of course, this was under the condition that he purposely used his left eye. Under normal situations, he wouldn't be so bored. However, this mission was different. Zhao Feng thought that there was something wrong with Yu Tianhua's demonic skill. Out of caution, he tried to find out the white-browed old man's background, and the result shocked him. It was obvious that the white-browed old man had betrayed the Broken Moon clan. Therefore, Zhao Feng let the white-browed old man go and chased after him. With his cultivation and the Yin Shadow cloak, it was extremely easy for him to chase after a small fry from the clan. Zhao Feng also realized that the Yin Shadow cloak stealth was doubled at night. At night, even if he didn't purposely circulate his true force, the Yin Shadow cloak stealth ability allowed him to blend into the darkness. After entering the depths of the sky cloud forest, the white-browed old man's speed suddenly increased. A scarlet-black true force appeared in his body, and his aura rose to a new level, increasing his speed. Peak third sky of the Ascended Realm. A light flashed in Zhao Feng's eyes. But this was good too. The old man's speed could save him some time. 4 to 6 hours later, the white-browed old man passed through a river. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. He had been to this river before. It was that time when he passed through this place and met the mysterious hooded figure. It looks like the clue is here. Why did the mysterious hooded figure stop us? He even wanted to control the deadly beast army to destroy the Guanjuan city. Zhao Feng started to feel that there was a problem here. After passing through the river, the white-browed old man's speed slowed down and his expression became cautious. The next part of the journey was more dangerous. There were many high-tier deadly beasts nearby, and in some areas there were even lower-tier deadly beasts, which were Yao beasts. Deadly beasts that surpassed the peak tier were Yao beasts. For example, the illusion fox that Zhao Feng met in the trial could affect the mind of core disciples. The Yao Beast King and Vine King on the Sky Boundary Island were at least at the true spirit realm. But with his left eye and the Yin Shadow cloak, Zhao Feng had an easier time than the white-browed old man leading the way. Suddenly, the white-browed old man's figure stopped. Shua! 2 black figures appeared in the forest ahead, and their auras had reached the 4th and 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. White-browed old man, why are you back? One of the black figures said in a cold and cautious voice, I am here to report that the Broken Moon clan has sent out a powerful core disciple, and he might be coming from here. The white-browed old man said, Why don't you lure him over? The other black figure said, That brat's arrogant and wants to come alone. The white-browed old man snickered. Good, you go back first. It's not bad to be able to control a core disciple. The 2 black figures soon disappeared into the night. The white-browed old man didn't dare to stay any longer and returned. Zhao Feng thought about it, but he didn't attack the white-browed old man in case he alerted the enemy. The 2 black figures seemed to specialize in concealment, and they merged into the night, invisible to the naked eye. But Zhao Feng's left eye was extremely powerful, and he instantly caught sight of one of the black figures heading into the depths of the forest. Hee success! Zhao Feng used the Yin Shadow cloaks cover to chase. The black figure didn't sense Zhao Feng at all. He didn't know that Zhao Feng had just passed by his feet. The tracking was still ongoing. On the way, the black figure passed by a few other figures. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the auras became. At a certain moment, a dark, ancient temple appeared in the forest, and it was surrounded by an illusion array. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Feng's left eye could see through the array, he wouldn't have been able to see the ancient temple. Stop! On a tree in front of the ancient temple stood a hooded figure with dark blue eyes. It's him. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. The person on the tree was the mysterious hooded figure that he had met twice before. After the black figure reported to the hooded figure, he turned around and left. The hooded figure stood on the tree and looked around with his dark blue eyes. Zhao Feng felt an invisible mental energy wave sweeping towards him. He instinctively activated his bloodline power and pushed the Yin Shadow cloak's concealment to the maximum. At this moment, his figure was completely distorted in the shadows as if he had become transparent. Not noticing anything amiss, the bamboo-hatted man nodded. Then he stood on the tree, silently. He's not entering the ancient temple? Or maybe a core disciple isn't enough for him to report further. Zhao Feng furrowed his eyebrows. But the mysterious hooded figure didn't move, and Zhao Feng didn't dare to act recklessly. This person gave him an indescribable feeling of danger. He tried to use his left eye to see if the hooded figure was real. The mysterious hooded figure seemed to sense something as he suddenly stood up and looked towards Zhao Feng's direction with his dark blue eyes. Zhao Feng was stunned and immediately took back his left eye's power of perception. The opponent clearly hadn't reached the true spirit realm. How could he sense his left eye? Zhao Feng once again felt a powerful mental energy wave gather around him. This hooded figure seems to specialize in mental energy, and his eyes are different from others. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. He was sure that he had encountered a formidable opponent with similar abilities. Moreover, his opponent was more proficient in the spiritual domain and could even control demonic beasts and lead an army of vicious beasts. At this moment, it was a battle. Chapter 205. The hooded figure's blue eyes scanned the area where Zhao Feng was at. Wisps of mental energy, fluctuations, spread out like a spider web. They were obscure, powerful, and unpredictable. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's heart shook as he felt the ground beneath his feet shatter and turn into a bottomless abyss. In the air, countless fireballs, each weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds, roared as they smashed towards him. This destructive power could be said to be catastrophic, and even those at the true spirit realm would be in danger. In that moment of life and death, Zhao Feng's left eye glowed with a sharp azure light, and the azure abyss in the dimension of his left eye spun and expanded. Zhao Feng took a deep breath, and the illusion in front of him was instantly destroyed as cold sweat appeared on his back. The hooded figure's mental energy illusion was so powerful that it almost made Zhao Feng fall for it. One had to know that even the illusion fox, who specialized in mental energy illusions, wasn't able to affect Zhao Feng. No, this isn't just an illusion, it's also a mental energy attack. If it wasn't for my left eye, my mind would have been heavily injured, and this is even more terrifying than a physical injury. Zhao Feng analyzed the hooded figure's attack. The opponent's usage of mental energy was extremely profound, and the mental energy attack seemed to be real. At this moment, Zhao Feng had a clear understanding of the hooded figure's strength. The latter's cultivation had reached the seventh sky of the ascended realm, and his mental energy was comparable to the true spirit realm. Was it just my imagination? The hooded figure stood on the tree in front of the ancient temple and was slightly puzzled. He had always been confident in his instincts because it was a talent that specialized in mental energy. However, there was no reaction when he used illusions on that area. Even cultivators at the seventh sky of the ascended realm would be injured by his illusions, and they might even show flaws. The hooded figure still can't see through me. Zhao Feng let out a breath. The Yin shadow cloak was indeed worthy of being an inheritance treasure. In the night, the effect of invisibility was doubled, allowing his figure to merge into the darkness. Moreover, at the crucial moment, Zhao Feng activated his bloodline power without holding back, fully displaying the power of the Yin shadow cloak. Meow meow. It was at this crucial moment that a little gray cat jumped onto the tree on the opposite side. What? Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. He cursed inwardly. You little thieving cat, you could have come out at any time, but you just had to come out now. The little thieving cat grinned and stood on the tree, facing the bamboo hat man. A cat that could turn invisible. What kind of demonic beast is this? The man in bamboo hat revealed a strange expression. Whoosh! The little thieving cat merged into the night and disappeared. Phut! The little thieving cat also knew how to hide. Zhao Feng was completely dumbfounded. But on second thought, felines were good at moving around at night, not to mention a mysterious race like the little thieving cat. Meow meow. The little thieving cat appeared on another tree, in a straight line with the bamboo-hatted man, about 10 zhang away from him. This cat is interesting. Maybe it has some special bloodline. The man in bamboo hat's heart moved and decided to capture this little cat that could turn invisible. The little thieving cat smiled and spat out an old bronze coin. The old bronze coin was tossed into the air by the little thieving cat, and it spun around until it landed in the palm of the cat's hand. Isn't this the treasure that the little thieving cat swallowed in the trial? Zhao Feng stared at the old bronze coin. The man in bamboo hat paused, as if he didn't understand the little thieving cat's intentions, but he could see the gloating expression on the little thieving cat's face. Not good, he suddenly exclaimed and looked behind him. So, whoosh, whoosh, a beam of red light shot into the sky from the other side of the ancient temple. In that instant, the heaven-earth yuan qi fluctuated and the aura of the true spirit realm suppressed everything within several miles, causing the hearts of countless beings to tremble. The aura of the true spirit realm. The man in bamboo hat didn't care about the weird little thieving cat anymore. The aura of the true spirit realm had already locked onto him. The little thieving cat swallowed the old bronze coin into its stomach and sat on a tree, as if it was going to watch the tigers fight. The red light soon stopped and floated in the air, revealing a red-robed elder and a red-haired youth around 17 to 18 years old. Master, this is the place. This is where Disciple was ambushed by them. The red-haired youth's breathing quickened as he pointed at the man in bamboo hat. The man in bamboo hat snickered coldly as his blue eyes released a cold ripple that instantly swept over. The eyebrows of the red-robed elder furrowed, but he could deal with it. However, the red-haired youth next to him screamed, "Hunger!" The red-robed elder immediately protected the youth, and a powerful chi of true spirit turned into a scarlet storm that charged towards the man in bamboo hat. In an instant, the fan-shaped area with a diameter of more than 100 feet was turned into charred ashes. The man in bamboo hat panicked and retreated, obviously unable to fight against someone at the true spirit realm. If he was hit by that power, he would die even if he was at the peak 7th sky. Wah! The man in bamboo hat spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated to the ancient temple that was covered by the illusion array. Humph! So you're from the ancient shrine. We're both members of the 13 clans. Why did you attack Hong? The red-robed elder fed the youth a spiritual pill and chased into the ancient temple. From the looks of it, the forces within the ancient temple had not only attacked the Broken Moon clan, but also the nearby forces. The red-haired youth's cultivation had reached the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm, which was not bad. In the Broken Moon clan, he would be ranked within the top 5 core disciples. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhao Feng leapt into the air and landed on a nearby ancient tree. Standing on top of the ancient tree, Zhao Feng opened his left eye and looked through the illusion array to see the situation within the ancient temple. The red-robed elder had been ambushed after entering the ancient temple, but being at the true spirit realm, he was strong and instantly killed 5 to 6 people. Those that were killed were all at least at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm, and none of them were able to fight back. This is the strength of someone at the true spirit realm. Zhao Feng clucked his tongue. You're indeed worthy of being an elder at the true spirit realm of the Silver Moon clan. Did you not see the heart-controlling seed on him? The hooded figure laughed wickedly. What? Heart-controlling seed? The red-robed elder's expression changed dramatically. Poof! A divine weapon dagger pierced into the red-robed old man's chest. The person who had attacked was the red-haired youth. Hong, are you? The red-robed elder was filled with grief and sent the youth flying with a surge of true force. The red-robed elder then roared in anger. Today I will kill all of you. As long as I kill the person who planted the heart-controlling seed, Hong will regain his freedom. On top of the ancient tree, Zhao Feng revealed a thoughtful expression. The Silver Moon clan that the red-robed elder belonged to was one of the 3 clans, one of the clans participating in the 3-clan party, along with the Lin Moon clan and Broken Moon clan. The ancient shrine that the hooded figure belonged to was one of the 13 clans, like the 3 clans. Right at this moment, the situation within the ancient temple changed once again. Zhezhe, a silver-striped blood zombie, walked out of one of the deep halls of the ancient temple. The silver-striped blood corpse gave off a cold aura, and its eyes glowed red. Its aura was even stronger than the hooded figure's. It's him, Blood Corpse Protector. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat as he watched from afar. He had fought with this silver-striped blood corpse before. Last time in the Scarlet Moon Demonic Cave, he had only barely won. At that time, the Blood Corpse Protector was extremely weak and had just woken up, so he didn't have much strength left. But even then, Zhao Feng and company had almost been killed. Now, the Blood Corpse Protector had recovered his cultivation to the half-step true spirit realm, and his body was even more terrifying. He took the attack from the red-robed elder head-on and charged forward. The Blood Corpse Protector's body was extremely tough and could block attacks from those at the true spirit realm. On the other hand, the hooded figure was using mental energy attacks from afar to interfere. Even so, it's hard to beat someone at the true spirit realm. Zhao Feng analyzed in his heart. In reality, the Blood Corpse Protector and the youth didn't have any intentions of beating the red-robed elder. Instead, they retreated and wore each other down. On the other hand, the hooded figure used mental energy to wear down the red-robed elder. Soon, the Blood Corpse Protector and the hooded figure retreated back into the hall. The red-robed elder and youth entered the hall. A weird scene appeared. As soon as the group entered the hall, the surroundings of the ancient temple fell into dead silence, without any signs of activity. It was as if the red-robed elder and youth had been devoured by a giant beast. Zhao Feng could feel a soul-shocking mental energy surge within the hall. Soon, the red-robed old man and the youth expressionlessly walked out of the hall and soared into the sky. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Too weird. Zhao Feng's heart shook. He took a deep breath and circulated his left eye to the maximum. The next instant, his gaze passed through the entrance of the hall and saw the situation inside. Within the hall, the hooded figure and the Blood Corpse Protector were both injured. This was especially so for the Blood Corpse Protector, who had been attacked by someone at the true spirit realm. If it was someone at the half-step true spirit realm, they would have died many times already. In the center of the hall was a futon with a lifeless skeleton sitting on it. However, there were 2 balls of deep red flames burning in the eye sockets of the skeleton. Zhao Feng instinctively didn't dare to use his left eye to look at the skeleton. Who? The 2 balls of red light in the skeleton's eye sockets became dimmer and dimmer, as if it was becoming weaker. My lord is indeed worthy of being one of the 12 division leaders of the Scarlet Moon religion. Even in such a weakened state, he can still control an expert at the true spirit realm. The hooded figure's eyes were filled with respect. A mysterious voice came from the skeleton. He's only at the true human rank at the first sky of the true spirit realm. I've killed countless small characters like him in the past. The reason why I was able to succeed this time is because you've worn him down. I need to rest for half a month. Zhao Feng watched from afar. Although he couldn't hear the conversation in the hall, he felt his hairs stand on end. Division leader, this stronghold is probably no longer safe. Our quick infiltration might have already raised the alarm of the 13 clans. The Blood Corpse Protector said worriedly. That's true, but before that, a dark red light suddenly shot out from the skeleton's eye sockets. Not good. Zhao Feng, who was standing on top of the tree, felt his heart hurt, as if something disgusting had touched him. Wuyo, go capture the brat outside. I've already left a ghost mark on him. Only you can sense him and have the energy to chase after him. The mysterious skeleton ordered. Meow meow. The little thieving cat suddenly leapt back into the interspatial bracelet. Mission complete. Let's go. Zhao Feng's cloak fluttered, and like an arc of lightning, He merged into the night and disappeared. "Brat, you won't be able to escape." The hooded figure flew out of the ancient temple and locked onto Zhao Feng with his cold blue eyes. Chapter 206. Zhao Feng circulated his bloodline power, and under the cover of the Yin shadow cloak, he merged into the night. At this moment, he had even merged his lightning intent into it, increasing his speed to the maximum, surpassing some at the sixth sky of the ascended realm. Speed, stealth, and his left eye's control of the terrain. With the combination of these three, Zhao Feng was confident that he could shake off an injured cultivator at the seventh sky of the ascended realm. However, Zhao Feng realized that no matter how he tried to hide, the hooded figure could still accurately catch up to him. He started to realize that this must have something to do with the disgusting thing on him. The skeleton had used some kind of secret technique on him, and the disgusting feeling made Zhao Feng feel helpless for the first time. He wasn't proficient in mental energy, and it wasn't realistic for him to counter the opponent's secret technique in a short amount of time. It looks like running away won't work. Zhao Feng didn't lose his cool as he analyzed the advantages of both sides. As his thoughts spun, Zhao Feng realized that he had a high chance of killing the hooded figure. Firstly, the hooded figure had been injured in the battle with the cultivator at the true spirit realm and had expended a lot of energy. Secondly, Zhao Feng himself had strong resistance against mental energy attacks. Thirdly, the hooded figure shouldn't be proficient in close combat. This was especially so for the third point, which gave Zhao Feng hope. The hooded figure was proficient in mental energy control, but he didn't seem to be proficient in close combat. In the battle with the cultivator at the true spirit realm, the hooded figure kept his distance and didn't dare to get close. Only Zhao Feng could calmly analyze the situation and make a decision in such a desperate situation. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even have the thought of fighting back when facing the hooded figure at the seventh sky of the ascended realm. Soon, Zhao Feng purposely slowed down his speed after coming up with a plan, to act like he was running out of stamina. After all, his cultivation was only at the fourth sky of the ascended realm, and he couldn't maintain such a terrifying speed for a long time. When the hooded figure was 10 yards away, the cloak on Zhao Feng's back suddenly turned and a few blurry figures appeared in the night. Swoosh! Lightning crackled in the air as Zhao Feng suddenly erupted with terrifying speed and counterattacked the bamboo hat man. The hooded figure was already chasing after him, and this meant that their speed had exceeded the seventh sky of the ascended realm. This sudden change surprised the bamboo hat man. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to counterattack. Zhao Feng quickly closed in. The blood meridians and true power in his body condensed to the maximum, as though he could hear the sound of electricity. This was Zhao Feng's strongest attack. Even a cultivator at the sixth sky of the ascended realm would be injured or even killed by it. However, there was no trace of panic on the bamboo hat man's face. His lips curled into a mocking smile, and his deep blue eyes exuded a sinister and bone-chilling mental ripple. No matter how fast the material plane is, it's impossible for it to surpass the speed of the mind. Zhao Feng suddenly froze. He was only 10 feet away from the man in the bamboo hat and could not take another step forward. The two of them were like two stone statues facing each other. Zhao Feng only felt a cold, corrosive mental energy enter his mind. When a person's consciousness was restrained and confused, how could he control his body? Zhao Feng clenched his teeth and he circulated his left eye to fight back. This guy has such a strong source of mental energy in his body. He's almost immune to mental energy attacks under the true spirit realm. The bamboo hat man was even more surprised. He knew how strong his mental energy attacks were. There weren't many at the seventh sky of the ascended realm who could block it. In the previous battle, he could even disturb those at the true spirit realm. This brat is blessed by the heavens to have such terrifying talent in mental energy. If he walks on the path of mental energy, even with my special bloodline, I'll be easily surpassed by him. Jealousy appeared in the bamboo hat man's heart, and his killing intent became stronger. Such a genius in the mental energy domain must be killed. It was obvious that the Bamboo Hat Man was stunned by Zhao Feng's talent. Such a strong source of mental energy, almost immune to mental energy attacks and illusions. If it was anyone else in the path of mental energy, their eyes would go red with jealousy and want to kill him. The existence of such a person was the bane of their path. The mental energy attacks from the Bamboo Hat Man became stronger and stronger. Zhao Feng felt that his consciousness was about to collapse. At this critical moment, he furiously circulated his left eye and hid his consciousness in the dimension of his left eye. The Bamboo Hat Man's mental energy attacks also entered the dimension of his left eye. 1. Inside the dimension of his left eye, the azure abyss spun quickly, and an indescribable suction force formed in the soul dimension. Ah, not good. That's... The Bamboo Hat Man screamed in fear. He felt that his mental energy and consciousness were being pulled away by an indescribable force. His mental energy was being sucked away, and even his soul was about to be sucked away. The Bamboo Hat Man tried his best to resist, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. At last, he clenched his teeth, and even if he had to suffer the backlash, he had to cut off the connection with the force. But right at this moment, the situation changed. Pucci! The Bamboo Hat Man felt a sharp pain in his neck and blood spurted out. A cry of pain echoed in the soul dimension. With a plop, the Bamboo Hat Man fell to the ground dead. His throat was pierced through, and there was a small bloody hole. Meow meow! The little thieving cat jumped up and down on the Bamboo Hat Man's body and looked at Zhao Feng with a pleased expression. Zhao Feng broke out in cold sweat. He didn't expect the little thieving cat to attack the Bamboo Hat Man at the most crucial moment. This little thieving cat was not just smart. What is it doing? Zhao Feng's eyes focused and found that the little thieving cat was searching the Bamboo Hat Man's body for his spoils of war. The Bamboo Hat Man's face was revealed. It was the face of a young man. It was pale white, and before his death, his face was filled with fear and unwillingness. In just a few breaths' time, the little thieving cat had searched all the valuable items on the Bamboo Hat Man's body and almost took off his underwear. Zhao Feng was dumbfounded. There was a pile of low-grade primal crystal stones. There were 10s of them, and they were all taken by the little thieving cat, eating one at a time. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat had an agreement that the latter wasn't allowed to eat anything in his interspatial bracelet. But now that the little thieving cat was searching for the spoils of war, there was nothing Zhao Feng could do. The little thieving cat stretched out its paws and gestured at Zhao Feng. Okay, 50-50. Zhao Feng understood its meaning. The little thieving cat was more cunning than a fox, and it wasn't just a normal money grubber. Soon, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat split the spoils of war. Among the spoils of war, there was an ancient silver-covered book and a few secret manuals of cultivation techniques. Heart-controlling art, ancient shrines' unique mental energy technique, able to control the mind. When trained to a high level, one can control all living beings in the world. Zhao Feng's consciousness entered it, and he felt a large amount of information. Without hesitation, his left eye scanned through and copied the information and scenes into his own. As for the other books, they seemed to be skills of the ancient shrine, but they weren't as profound as the heart-controlling art. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. He had finally found a way to train in mental energy. Right at this time, Zhao Feng sensed something, and a figure flashed out of the temple. Shua! Without hesitation, the cloak on his back fluttered, and he disappeared into the night. A while later, the Blood Corpse Protector brought a few subordinates and rushed to the scene. Take the body back and leave that brat to me. The Blood Corpse Protector chased after Zhao Feng, but he was heavily injured and he wasn't familiar with the ghost mark, so he soon lost track of Zhao Feng. Within the hall, Division Leader, I'm familiar with that brat's aura. He's a disciple of the Broken Moon clan, and he has a pure ancient bloodline. The Blood Corpse Branch Protector said respectfully, "Not only does he have an ancient bloodline, he also has a strong source of mental energy that's 10 times stronger than Wu Yu's." A weak and empty voice came from the skeleton. "How is this possible?" The Blood Corpse Protector was stunned. Wu Yu was a genius that only appeared once in 100 years in the path of mental energy. If such a genius could join the dark, secluded division, we would be able to revive the holy religion. Fortunately, the nether spirit mark on him won't dissipate within 3 years. The skeleton's voice was filled with excitement and expectation. "Division leader, that brat won't join the holy religion so easily. Last time I invited him, I was tricked by him." Thinking about what happened last time, the Blood Corpse Protector still held a grudge. When there's enough profit, anything is possible. The red flame in the skeleton's eye sockets dimmed, and it said, "Immediately retreat to the Iron Dragon country and meet up with the other 2 divisions. The 13 clans are not important." 3 days later, in a hidden bird's nest in the sky cloud forest, meow meow, the little thieving cat happily jumped on a branch and spat out an old bronze coin, which it tossed above its head. Zhao Feng opened his eyes, and a wisp of mental energy rippled from his body. If one paid attention, they would realize that his aura had changed and become even more strange. Over the past few days, Zhao Feng had been comprehending the secret technique left behind by the hooded figure. Now that he had learnt some mental energy techniques, he had 1 foot in the door. Only after this did Zhao Feng realize how powerful the source of mental energy in the dimension of his left eye was. However, right now Zhao Feng could only use a small portion of this source of mental energy. The majority of it was in a half-sealed state and couldn't be used unless it was at a critical moment. Even so, Zhao Feng's talent in this Tao was unparalleled by the heavens. Tsang! Right at this moment, a figure flew over from the other side of the forest. At the same time, the little thieving cat's old bronze coin landed on its palm. Zhao Feng focused his eyes and saw that the newcomer was the old man with white eyebrows. Zhao Feng's figure leapt and landed on a tree opposite him. "Ah, it's you." The old man with white eyebrows panicked. "Kneel." Zhao Feng sent out 2 words in the mental energy dimension. At that instant, the wind seemed to freeze. Only Zhao Feng's cloak and azure hair fluttered in the wind. The old man with white eyebrows felt a powerful mental energy surge into his mind, causing him to lose consciousness. After that, everything he did was no longer guided by his own subjectivity and consciousness. "I'll ask you a question, and you'll answer it." Zhao Feng looked down from above, as if he was the ruler of the world. "Yes." The old man with white eyebrows had a respectful expression, as if he was worshipping an emperor. At this moment, his mind was already under Zhao Feng's control. He could even kill himself if he wanted. Chapter 207. This was Zhao Feng's first time using a mental energy technique, and he had only just stepped through the door. Everything went more smoothly than expected. First Elder and Li Fuan were both right. Zhao Feng's true talent was in mental energy. In just 2 to 3 days, he had stepped into the door of mind attacks and even gained a preliminary understanding of the basic secrets and secret techniques of heart control art. If the hooded figure was still alive, he would have killed himself with a piece of tofu. If the mysterious skeleton knew of this, it wouldn't have retreated so quickly and would have taken down Zhao Feng no matter what price it had to pay. At this moment in the forest, Zhao Feng and the white-bearded old man exchanged questions. "Why did you betray the Broken Moon clan?" "I was threatened by them. I had no choice." The white-bearded old man's face was filled with fear and fear. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. The situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. Not only was the white-bearded old man threatened, his soul was also affected, and he was extremely respectful towards the existence of the Broken Moon clan. The mind control art's mysterious mind secret technique could affect and even control a person's mind. Zhao Feng's understanding of this wasn't as deep as the hooded figure. What's the background of this force? What's the connection between the ancient shrine and the Scarlet Moon religion? I'm only working for them, but I don't know their background or the existence of the Scarlet Moon religion. The white-bearded old man was slightly puzzled. Zhao Feng was greatly surprised. The white-bearded old man seemed to only be an errand boy and didn't enter the inner circle. His understanding of the inner circle wasn't even as good as his. With a series of questions, Zhao Feng's guesses were confirmed. The white-bearded old man was only an outer member and was controlled by the Scarlet Moon religion. He was just a bait, a chess piece. According to his understanding, the Scarlet Moon religion had infiltrated into the 13 clans, but most of it was limited to the outer circle. Half a day later, Guanjuan Palace in a study room. I can't believe that in just half a year, you've become a core disciple and a disciple of First Elder. Lord Guanjuan's face was filled with surprise and joy. When he sent Zhao Feng to the Sky Moon Mountain, he didn't think that he would have such a good future. At that time, Lord Guanjuan thought that Zhao Feng's chance of success wasn't higher than 50%, but that was already quite high. After half a year, Zhao Feng had become a true disciple and was about to participate in the three-sect party. He had become a genius of his generation in the sect. In the study, apart from Zhao Feng, a white-browed man stood at the side in fear and trepidation. Zhao Feng gave a brief summary of the mission. Lord Guanjuan was shocked, not only because of Zhao Feng's strength, but also because of the influence of the Scarlet Moon religion. Who would have thought that a Scarlet Moon branch leader level character would appear in the Cloud Country? Lord Guanjuan's heart skipped a beat. Up until now, Zhao Feng did not know the true identity of the skeleton in the ancient temple. After all, his left eye only provided him with sight, but it could not hear the conversation. He guessed that with the respect the Blood Corpse Division had for the mysterious skeleton, the latter could be a chapter leader level character. In the past, the Scarlet Moon religion had 108 chapters spread across the continent. Any one of them could dominate an area and shake the 13 sect alliances. Therefore, it was hard for Zhao Feng to think of a division leader level character. Master, what kind of clan is the ancient shrine? Zhao Feng suddenly asked curiously. Lord Guanjuan replied solemnly, the ancient shrine is ranked second in the 13 clans and is the most mysterious clan. The headquarters of this clan is in the depths of the Sky Cloud Forest. Up until now, no one knows where the headquarters of the ancient shrine is. So mysterious. Zhao Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. For a clan to be able to hide themselves to this extent and have their headquarters in the depths of the Sky Cloud Forest, it wasn't simple at all. The ancient shrine specializes in mental energy secret techniques. Although it is a heretical sect, it is extremely strict when it comes to the succession of disciples. Every generation only accepts a few disciples. The total number of members of the ancient shrine is probably less than 100. Lord Guanjuan explained. Zhao Feng couldn't help but think that mental energy was as rare as Beimo's spiritual body. The requirements to enter this path were too high, meaning that they would only be able to walk the path of elites. But don't underestimate the ancient shrine. Although they don't have many members, their overall strength is ranked second in the 13 clans. That day, the hooded figure controlled the army of deadly beasts to attack the Guanjuan city. He was a member of the ancient shrine. Lord Guanjuan added with a solemn tone, obviously wary of this clan. As for the hooded figure, Zhao Feng only smiled and didn't say anything else. If Lord Guanjuan knew that the terrifying hooded figure had been killed by him, who knew what he would think? But the mysteriousness of the ancient shrine made Zhao Feng think. He felt that there was a special relationship between the ancient shrine and the Scarlet Moon religion. Logically speaking, such a powerful and mysterious clan that specialized in mental energy control shouldn't have been easily infiltrated. If it wasn't, the 13 clans would have been completely infiltrated by the Scarlet Moon religion. In terms of infiltration, the ancient shrine should be the hardest. Of course, this was only Zhao Feng's guesses, and he couldn't be sure without evidence. If he spread rumors, the Broken Moon clan would be threatened and pressured by the ancient shrine, who was ranked second. Master, the time for the 3-clan party is almost up. Disciple can't stay any longer. I'll be leaving now. Zhao Feng didn't plan on staying long in the Guanjuan palace. The 3-clan party was the most important thing, and even if he wasn't in a hurry, First Elder would. Good. 3-clan party. I've underestimated your strength. Lord Guanjuan couldn't hide the excitement on his face. The 3-sect party was a legend to him when he was still an outer sect disciple. Feng! Since you're able to participate in the 3-clan party, it shouldn't be a problem for you to represent the Broken Moon clan in the Alliance banquet. According to what I know, the 3-clan party is just a private competition between the 3 neighboring clans. The Alliance banquet is the true stage of the clan, and it's a competition between geniuses. Even Bei Moi can't be considered a top talent in that kind of place. Lord Guanjuan's face was filled with hope. The 3-clan party and the Alliance banquet were both stages that he wanted to enter. Unfortunately, due to his talent and potential, none of these dreams were fulfilled. Master, don't worry. Disciple will take back all the glory. Zhao Feng solemnly left behind these words before drifting away. Following him was the White Eyebrow, who followed him like a servant. Lord Guanjuan's eyes turned, and he suddenly found a bag on the table. Opening it, there were several bottles of pills, a few low-class mortal skills, and even 2 middle-grade mortal weapons. Seeing this, Lord Guanjuan's eyes became red, not knowing if he was happy or moved. On the same night, reporting to Sir, there was a mysterious person who left an item at the bottom of the stairs. There was a message on it for Milord to read. A Guanjuan core bowed and handed over a metal box. Lord Guanjuan opened it and saw that there were also some pills and skills inside. Although they weren't as valuable as Zhao Feng's, they were still good. At the bottom of the metal box was a note. One day, I'll take Hai Yun Master's head for master. Signed, Bei Moi. Lord Guanjuan took in a cold breath as his expression changed. He gathered his true force on his palm, and the note instantly turned to dust. Feng, Mo? To be able to take the 2 of you as my disciples, I can die without regrets. I can die without regrets. Hai Yin Master, no matter how many schemes you have, you can't compare to my luck. You've lost. You've lost. Lord Guanjuan's face was filled with joy, and he almost went crazy. Broken Moon Clan. There were only 3 days left until the 3-clan party. On this day, Zhao Feng returned and handed the mission to Vice Headley. This mission also included the betraying White Eyebrow. In the past half a year, the 13 clans have been infiltrated by the Scarlet Moon religion. But in the past 100 years, the Scarlet Moon religion has tried to rise up again, but they were all killed by the Northern Continent clans. Small clans like us only need to guard the members of the clan. Vice Head Li wasn't too surprised by the mission. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. The person that appeared this time might be a subdivision leader. You said it's just a possibility. I'll report this to the clan, but I'm sure that because of your appearance, the Scarlet Moon religion's secret base has been moved. Vice Hall Master, Li said confidently. Zhao Feng and Vice Head Li still didn't know that the mysterious skeleton wasn't a subdivision leader, but a division leader. It was said that the Scarlet Moon religion had 12 divisions and 108 subdivisions. Those that reached the division leader level were definitely part of the upper echelons of the Scarlet Moon religion, and they could easily destroy a small clan. Luckily, the 13 clans weren't put in their eyes. This was just the edge of the Scarlet Moon religion. Zhao Feng thought that if the upper echelons of the clan didn't care, what use was there for a disciple like him to worry? However, he still reported this matter to the First Elder. You're saying that an elder of the Silver Moon clan might have been infiltrated by the Scarlet Moon religion. First Elder only half believed and half doubted it. If there really was such a terrifying existence, Zhao Feng wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. On the same day, the Broken Moon clan sent out 2 elders and several elites to search for him. The result was that the ancient temple had turned into ruins. This matter was then left unsettled. The focus of the Broken Moon clan right now was the 3 clan party. At that time, the upper echelons of the 3 clans would discuss various matters, including the threat of the Scarlet Moon religion. Zhao Feng didn't have to worry about anything. No matter how chaotic the clan world was, raising his strength was the foundation of everything. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Zhao Feng's mastery of mental energy techniques had reached new heights. At this moment, he was controlling a bird to fly on a mountain. With the help of his left eye, Zhao Feng could still control the bird from far away. Shoo! When the bird neared the floating crest palace, it was turned to dust by the lightning. Zhao Feng's heart shook, and he felt as if he had been electrocuted. Comprehension flashed in his eyes. Personal experience made his understanding of the lightning intent closer to reality. He opened his hand, and a fine electric pattern appeared on his palm. There was a sizzling sound, and a light green electric arc appeared on his fingertips. Now he had comprehended 10% of the first level of the lightning intent. Brother Zhao, Master has summoned you. The 3 clan party will leave today. Yonggan's voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Chapter 208. Okay. Zhao Feng walked out of the courtyard and met up with Yonggan. After not seeing him for half a month, Yonggan's aura had become much stronger. He was now at the 6th sky of the first head disciple. Yonggan also inspected Zhao Feng. The latter's cultivation hadn't increased, but his aura had become more mysterious. Even Yonggan couldn't see through him. He didn't dare to underestimate this junior brother of his. Ever since the trial, Zhao Feng had been highly regarded by First Elder, and his own strength had reached an unbelievable level. A few days ago, he had almost defeated High Yun Master's disciples. It wasn't long before Zhao Feng saw the Grand Elder. Feng! Your aura has been weird lately. First Elder said with squinted eyes. Reporting to Master, Disciple received a mental energy inheritance last time, but I've also been infected by something disgusting. However, Disciple believes that I'll be able to get rid of it soon. Zhao Feng didn't hide these details. Previously, when he was spying on the mysterious ancient temple, he was struck by the skeleton's secret technique. He had a nauseating feeling that lingered around him like a ghost. Even now, this feeling hadn't disappeared. Even when Zhao Feng used his left eye to check, he couldn't get rid of it. What Zhao Feng didn't know was that the skeletal division leader had left a ghost mark on him. According to the rules, it wouldn't disappear within 3 years. Of course, since Zhao Feng had received a mental energy inheritance and was progressing quickly, it was very likely that he would be able to get rid of it in the future. Let me see. First Elder spread out his spiritual sense and inspected Zhao Feng's body. Zhao Feng didn't resist and only circulated his bloodline power to block his left eye. His bloodline power was mixed with his true force and blood, so it was hard to detect if he didn't expose it. Furthermore, Zhao Feng wasn't worried that First Elder would find out that his bloodline power was related to mental energy. It's like a mental energy mark, but it's more profound. It looks like you've been targeted by someone. First Elder murmured. However, even someone as powerful as the Great Elder could not dispel this strange and formless thing. The person who attacked has probably reached the True Lord rank, and I don't specialize in mental energy techniques. Maybe the people from the ancient shrine will have a way to deal with it, but this group of people won't easily give in. The First Elder frowned slightly, as if he felt that it was a thorny problem. True Lord rank? This was too terrifying. It seems like there hasn't been an expert of this level in the 13 sect alliances for hundreds of years. Yangon was shocked. The 3 heavens of the true spirit realm were split into 3 levels: true human rank, true mystic rank, and true lord rank. At the moment, there weren't any true mystic rank elders in the Broken Moon clan, much less those at the true lord rank. Those at the true lord rank stood at the peak of the northern continent and were called true lords. Zhao Feng was also moved. The strongest first elder was only at the peak true human rank, and the other elders were at the early and late stages of the true human rank. Feng, you need to be careful of your own safety. I don't know the intentions of the person who attacked. After the alliance banquet, I'll ask the experts from the ancient shrine to help. The great elder sighed. Master, don't worry. There's no need to ask the ancient shrine. I believe I can deal with it myself. Zhao Feng said confidently. However, First Elder and Yangon obviously didn't believe his words. The true Lord rank was an existence that stood at the peak of the continent. Every single one of them could flip the clouds and rain, and they could control the fate of the continent. The difference between the true human rank and the true Lord rank was like the difference between the first and 7th sky of the Ascended Realm. An hour later, First Elder led the 2 to the central square of the floating Crest Palace. Hai Yun Master and Bei Moi were already there. Apart from them, Granny Luiyue also followed. She was in charge of pill making and medicine. The 3 elders and 3 core disciples were all present. Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly when his gaze landed on Bei Moi. This guy had reached the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm in half a month. Last time when they sparred, Bei Moi was only at the peak 4th sky. This kind of improvement could be said to be the fastest in the clan. No wonder he was the most talented genius in the Broken Moon clan. Zhao Feng didn't know that after the Floating Crest trial, he had almost swept Hai Yun Master's disciples. After that, Bei Moi had cultivated like crazy. In the same generation, the competition between geniuses was to create miracles. If it wasn't for Zhao Feng, Bei Moi might not have been able to squeeze out so much potential. At the same time, if it wasn't for Bei Moi, Zhao Feng might not have achieved what he had today. Even head disciple Yangon's expression changed, and he felt the pressure. After all, Bei Moi was someone who had received the inheritance, and reaching the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm posed a threat to his position as head disciple. This way, the Broken Moon clan's lineup for the 3-clan party was formed. Yangon, head disciple, 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. Bei Moi, core disciple, 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. Zhao Feng, core disciple, 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. Get ready to go. First Elder waved his hand, and the cry of an eagle came from afar. A gigantic golden eagle tore through the sky from a distant mountain range, causing a golden gust of wind to blow in its wake. Its aura was terrifying. This is the flying beast of the clan, the golden ashen giant eagle. Zhao Feng inspected it. The golden ashen giant eagle had a wingspan of 7 or 8 yards, and its shadow could cover a small garden. It could carry 10 people without a problem. In terms of battle power, the golden ashen giant eagle was comparable to those at the 7th sky of the Ascended Realm. In terms of flying speed, normal cultivators at the true spirit realm would be slightly slower. After all, normal cultivators at the true spirit realm could only fly for a short period of time. First Elder led the group onto the back of the golden ashen giant eagle. Meow meow. The little thieving cat suddenly appeared and curiously inspected its surroundings. When Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat stepped onto the eagle's back, the giant golden ashen giant eagle started to tremble in fear. First Elder and Hai Yun Master both felt that something was wrong. First Elder thought for a bit and calmed the golden ashen giant eagle down its fear and returned to normal. Hai Yun Master's gaze towards the little thieving cat became hotter and hotter. The golden ashen giant eagle had a faint ancient bloodline, and it was the strongest spiritual beast in the Broken Moon clan. But such a powerful spiritual beast was scared of the little thieving cat? Of course. Haiyun Master didn't realize that Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat had stepped onto the back together. It was hard to say whether the golden ashen giant eagle was scared of the former or the latter. But Haiyun Master had obviously forgotten about the fact that Zhao Feng was a factor. Meow meow. The little thieving cat's eyes spun, and it suddenly flipped in the air and landed on Haiyun Master's shoulder. Zhao Feng and company were completely dazed. Haiyun Master first paused before hiding the joy on his face. Could it be that the little thieving cat also knew the meaning of a good bird chooses a good tree to nest in? The golden ashen eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky like a streak of light, creating a golden gust of wind behind it. So fast! Zhao Feng sighed as he stood on the back of the eagle and looked down at the mountains and rivers below. He was extremely excited. A year ago, when he was in the Zhao clan, he would never have thought that he would have such a grand journey. One day, he would use his own power to travel across this mysterious continent. Meow meow. The little thieving cat stuck to Haiyun Master, and the two seemed to be having a good time. Haiyun Master was overjoyed in his heart. Now that he had a good relationship with the little thieving cat, Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to reject him. Zhao Feng didn't mind. The little thieving cat's standards were very high, and it wasn't very likely for it to be interested in Haiyun Master. It was probably planning something else. Haiyun Master was overjoyed, and he fed the little thieving cat a few spiritual pills, which were all eaten. Meow meow. After the little thieving cat was full, it nodded its head in satisfaction and jumped back onto Zhao Feng's shoulder with a smile. The smile on Haiyun Master's face rose. It seemed like the little thieving cat was just here to scam him. A while later, my jade pendant. Haiyun Master's expression changed as he touched his waist. What's going on, Brother Haiyun? First Elder and Granny, Luiwe, both looked over. I originally had a jade heart pendant here that can suppress the demons in one's heart. It's worth a lot, but it suddenly disappeared. That's right. It must be that little thieving cat. It was the only one that came close to me. Haiyun Master's eyes dimmed as he pointed at the little thieving cat. How was this possible? The people on the eagle's back all felt that it was impossible. This little thieving cat looked so weak and was only the size of a palm. How could it steal an elder's jade pendant? Furthermore, with the strength of someone at the true spirit realm, how could they not feel anything when it was stolen? Meow meow. The little thieving cat stood on First Elder's shoulder and shook its head with a pitiful expression. The corners of its eyes were still wet, earning the sympathy of the others. However, Haiyun Master and his disciple didn't believe it. It must be the cat. Bei Moi said confidently. He had experienced the craftiness of this thieving cat before. Zhao Feng shook his head helplessly. If Elder Haiyun Master doesn't believe me, you can search my interspatial bracelet. Meow meow. The little thieving cat shook its head and waved its paws in protest. Humph humph. As expected, Haiyun Master walked toward Zhao Feng. Senior Haiyun, the little thieving cat means that what if you don't find it? Isn't it an insult to its cat status? Zhao Feng had no energy, so he could only help translate. After all, the little thieving cat had signed a spiritual pet blood contract with him, and their minds were connected. This Haiyun Master felt troubled. After all, Zhao Feng was First Elder's disciple, and he didn't have any evidence to search Zhao Feng's body. If he didn't find it, wouldn't he be bullying First Elder's disciple in front of him? How about this? If I find it, this cat will belong to me, and I'll do whatever I want. If I don't find it, I'll give you 100 low-grade, primal crystal stones of cat food. Haiyun Master said, 100 low-grade primal crystal stones? Everyone's expressions changed. That was equivalent to 10,000 substandard primal crystal stones. It wasn't a small number. Fine. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat looked at each other and nodded their heads. Moments later, Hai Yun Master handed over 100 low-grade primal crystal stones and turned to the side with a gloomy expression. Meow meow. The little thieving cat revealed a victorious expression and waved its paw at Zhao Feng. Okay, we'll split it 50-50. Zhao Feng said helplessly. Hearing this, everyone almost fainted. Hai Yun Master and Bei Moi's expressions were extremely ugly. The master and disciple were unhappy the entire way until they reached their destination. Chapter 209. The giant golden ashen eagle slowly descended from a height of several hundred feet. What entered its vision was a beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers, green hills and clear waters, evergreen trees, birdsong and fragrant flowers. The Lin Moon clan wasn't located deep in the mountains, but in a mysterious bay that seemed to be decorated with sapphires. Looking down from the sky, it was like a crescent moon. The energy here was even more abundant than the Broken Moon clan, and the waterfalls flowed. Zhao Feng's vision was wider and clearer, and he couldn't help but sigh. The Lin Moon clan's territory was much more majestic than the Broken Moon clan's. This was just the difference on the surface. The real difference was in the heaven-earth yuan qi. Any clan would occupy a place with abundant heaven-earth yuan qi, which was good for cultivation and had a higher chance of breaking through. If it was in a place like the Zhao clan, where heaven-earth yuan qi was thin, even a genius like Bei Moi wouldn't be able to break through to the ascended realm before the age of 20. Of the 13 clans, the Lin Moon clan was ranked 4th, and the Broken Moon clan was either last or second to last. After arriving at the Lin Moon clan's territory, the expressions of the elders became solemn. At this moment, a ray of silver light flew over from the small continent below. Hee. Greetings, friends from the Broken Moon clan. Apologies for not welcoming you. The newcomer was a wrinkled elder in silver robes, and his aura was close to First Elder's. Elder Kuin is too serious. The first elder smiled faintly. The other elders greeted each other. Granny Luiwe and Hai Yun Master's expressions were slightly unhappy. This Elder Kuin was one of the normal elders of the Lin Moon clan. The Broken Moon clan was led by First Elder and 2 other elders, but the Lin Moon clan had only sent 1 normal elder. According to common sense, the Lin Moon sect should at least send out a sect master or first elder to welcome them personally. Only then would it not be considered rude. The sect leader and grand elder are currently entertaining the fellow Taoists of the Silver Moon sect. Elder Kuin seemed to know what the elders of the Broken Moon clan were thinking and laughed, but disdain flashed in his eyes. Of the 3 moon clans, the Broken Moon clan was the weakest, and they were always at the bottom of the 3 clan party. In comparison, the Silver Moon clan was ranked 7th in the 13 clan alliances, which was in the middle. Their strength was close, which was why the Lin Moon clan valued them. Although the elders of the Broken Moon clan were angry, they couldn't do anything. This was because the Broken Moon clan had always been at the bottom of the 3 clan parties and had lost every battle. Thinking of this, the first elder and the others looked at the disciples who were participating in the small meeting with anticipation. The disciples of the Broken Moon clan this generation were much stronger than the previous generations. The ashen gold eagle landed on a large hall in front of the small continent. Elder Kuin smiled and said, "Us old farts will go to the main hall to discuss matters. Let these juniors interact on their own and take a look around the Lin Moon sect." The elders of the Broken Moon clan nodded their heads. This was the usual practice of the 3 sect parties. There were 2 main objectives of the 3 sect party. The first was a meeting between the upper echelons of the 3 sections. It was about forming an alliance and fighting against foreign enemies, as well as the distribution of benefits. Recently, the Scarlet Moon religion had been quite a bit of a rumor, so it was probably the main point of the discussion. The juniors obviously wouldn't be able to participate in these discussions. The other goal was to let the juniors of the three clans spar with each other. After all, the potential of the juniors affected the future of a clan, and it also showed the difference in strength between the clans. Usually, the stronger clans had more resources, and the disciples they raised would be different. There were very few exceptions. For example, the 4 stars of the 13 clans came from the top 4 clans, and the Lin Moon clan barely managed to make it. Soon, the elders of the Broken Moon clan were welcomed into the hall. Fellow Taoists, Meng Yin will lead you around the Lin Moon clan. An emotionless voice sounded. The person who greeted Xiao Feng and company was a young man dressed in white. His tone was neutral as he glanced at the 3 disciples of the Broken Moon clan. Beimhua and Xiao Feng were people who were too lazy to talk. Yonggan smiled and introduced them one by one. When Beimhua and Xiao Feng were introduced, Meng Yun casually said, "So it's 2 new people." Meng Yun and Yonggan seemed to know each other, but they weren't close. "Brother Meng, what's your ranking amongst the core disciples of the Lin Moon clan?" Yonggan asked. This question also raised the curiosity of Xiao Feng and Beimhua. Meng Yan's aura was close to Yonggan's, and his cultivation had reached the peak 5th sky. Ranked 3rd. Meng Yan was emotionless. On the way, he led the disciples of the Broken Moon clan and seemed to be very casual. This feeling wasn't intentional. It was just that he was too lazy to hide his thoughts. This time, the Broken Moon clan only sent a normal elder. They also sent a ranked 3rd core disciple to greet Xiao Feng and company. "Your clan's Ao Yuetian is one of the 4 stars of the 13 clans. He's indeed a genius, and I admire him." Yonggan calmly asked about the situation of the Lin Moon clan. Meng Yan's attitude towards him, the head disciple of the Broken Moon clan, was very average. Yonggan felt helpless. Of the 2 disciples beside him, Beimhua was old-fashioned and didn't like to talk. As for Xiao Feng, he didn't like anyone he saw and was too lazy to talk to. Alas, these 2 fellows are both self-centered, conceited, and proud. As one of the Alliance's 4 rising stars, senior brother Ao might just be taking a look at the 3-sect party. A few months ago, he had already reached the peak 6 sky, and he has learnt the extremely difficult Moon God War. No one has been able to beat him in the past 100 years. When Meng Yin mentioned Ao Yuetian, a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Clowns like you have the right to challenge Ao Yuetian?" Ao Yuetian was one of the 4 stars of the 13 clans, and his strength was unparalleled. Putting aside the 3 moon clans, there weren't many that were his match. How is this possible? Ao Yuetian has learnt Moon God War? Yonggan's expression changed. Moon God War was one of the forbidden skills of the Lin Moon clan, similar to the Broken Moon clan's Lightning Wind Palm. But Moon God War's level was higher, and it was even more complete. It was an inheritance, and although it was hard to learn, its power was terrifying. I heard that someone from the Broken Moon clan has received an inheritance this time. It looks like he's not as bad as I thought. Meng Yin couldn't help but be overjoyed. Hearing this, Yonggan became furious and was about to explode. "Okay, we're here." Meng Yan's words changed as he led the 3 into a fragrant garden. In the middle of the garden was a pavilion with some tea and pastries. Inside the pavilion sat more than 10 disciples. Most of them were core disciples of the Lin Moon clan, and there was also the representative disciple of the Silver Moon clan. "Brother Ao, fellow Taoists of the Silver Moon clan, the representative disciple of the Broken Moon clan is here." Meng Yin purposely raised his voice, which caused the gazes of the people in the pavilion. At the very center sat Ao Yuetian, who was wearing a large blue robe, and he was looking straight ahead. In terms of looks and aura, Ao Yuetian was on par with Yonggan, and he was the perfect image in the hearts of girls. However, Ao Yuetian had an air of arrogance, and his eyes contained a pressure that could pierce through one's soul. Ao Yuetian faintly nodded his head and didn't have any intentions of standing up. Meng Yin introduced the 3. This is the head disciple of the Silver Moon clan, Mao Fei. When Meng Yun introduced the three from the Silver Moon clan, his attitude was slightly more polite. The head disciple of the Silver Moon clan, Mao Fei, had the same cultivation as Yangon. On Mao Fei's left and right sat a red-haired youth and a silver-robed swordsman. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on the red-haired youth. Wasn't this youth the red-haired youth from the Cloud Forest Temple? This is Li Hong, number 2 core disciple of the Silver Moon clan. Meng Yun only briefly mentioned him. Soon, the lineup of the 3 clans was revealed. Aoi Wetian was the leader of the Lin Moon clan. Mao Fei was the leader of the Silver Moon clan. Yang Gan was the leader of the Broken Moon clan. The head disciples of the 3 clans had all reached the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm, but it was obvious that Aoi Wetian was the leader. Aoi Wetian was, after all, one of the 4 stars, and he was at a higher level. The Broken Moon clan has sent out a disciple at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. Some of the core disciples within the Lin Moon clan whispered. Indeed, of all the disciples, only Zhao Feng's cultivation was at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. Some of the core disciples of the Lin Moon clan said in disdain, "Even second-rate core disciples like us can crush that guy. It looks like the Broken Moon clan has fallen." Silence. Ao Yuetian harumphed coldly, and the pavilion instantly went silent. He didn't blame his fellow disciples for being rude. He just felt that it was embarrassing. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at the disciples of the Broken Moon clan, let alone that trash at the 4th sky. Trash, they were from the same sect, yet they were still comparing them. Wasn't this shameful? Why hasn't the prodigy with the earth spiritual body appeared? Mao Fei of the Silver Moon clan suddenly asked. A prodigy with the earth's spiritual body. The expressions of the geniuses of the 2 clans changed at the same time. A light flashed in Beimoi's eyes. "Sister, Zhao will be here soon." A rare smile appeared on Ao Yuetian's face. "Sister Zhao is here," the core disciples of the Lin Moon clan exclaimed. Outside the pavilion, a girl as elegant as a fairy walked in. She had a face as beautiful as a lotus flower, as if she were a natural sculpture of exquisite snow porcelain. The young girl was dressed in a light purple dress, her black hair draped over her shoulders, making her look like a fairy in the wind. Her clear eyes were like flawless crystals, perfect and translucent. Her skin was like snow jade with a faint blush. When she walked toward the pavilion, many of the disciples were struck by an intense sense of awe and amazement. Some of the disciples couldn't help but be mesmerized. Apart from Mao Fei of the Silver Moon clan, the red-haired youth Li Hong and the silver-robed swordsman all had dazed expressions. "Is this the purple smoke fairy of your sect, the beautiful genius with the aptitude comparable to the earth's spirit body and inheritance? Hearing about her really isn't as good as seeing her in person." Mao Fei couldn't hide the admiration and shock in his eyes. "Sister Zhao." Ao Yuetian had a warm smile on his face as he stood up to greet the purple smoke goddess. He was much more passionate than the other 2 clans. This scene fell into the eyes of the other disciples, and they couldn't help but feel jealous. But Ao Yuetian's strength made them feel helpless. "Yu Fei's late." Goddess Xian revealed a faint smile that resembled the blooming of a lotus. She was beautiful without being flirtatious. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she could captivate even fishes and beasts. But there were 2 people in the crowd that were surprised. "It's her!" Zhao Feng and Beimoi's expressions changed. Chapter 210. "It's her!" Zhao Feng and Beimois looked at each other and confirmed that the purple smoke goddess of the Lin Moon clan was Zhao Yufei, who had disappeared in the Guanjuan Palace. After half a year, the original beauty had turned into a slender and elegant young lady. Her temperament was elegant and refined. Every move, every frown, and every smile was so beautiful that it could shock the mortal world, giving people a strong shock. A few days ago, when Zhao Feng returned to the Zhao clan, the shock and emotions of the Zhao clan when they mentioned Zhao Yufei were still fresh in his mind. When Sister Yufei came back, everyone thought she was a goddess. Even Sun Feather City's #1 beauty, Qiu Mingyu, was outshone by her. Thinking back to the Zhao clan's description, Zhao Feng felt that it wasn't an exaggeration. Now that they met again, Zhao Yufei turned out to be an exceptional genius of the Lin Moon sect that was comparable to an Earth's spiritual body, and she had even obtained the inheritance. Even the old-fashioned Bei Moi couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled as he thought back to the time when Zhao Yufei had tested her spiritual body talent. At that time, the number of circles on the crystal ball was unstable, and the color was chaotic. At that time, Zhao Feng was surprised, and Lord Guanjuan also thought that Zhao Yufei's body was special. But now, it seemed that Zhao Yufei had a rare, changeable spiritual body which was even stronger than Sun Yuanhao's. Yufei, let me introduce you. These are the people from the Silver Moon clan. Meng Yin took the initiative to be attentive and introduced them to Zhao Yufei. In terms of status, the Silver Moon clan was higher than the Broken Moon clan, so he started with the head disciple Mao Fei. When his name was called, the disciples of the Broken Moon clan felt as if they were being admired by a goddess, and their heartbeats sped up. After all, the girl in front of them was the most talented genius of the 3 clans. After the Silver Moon clan finished their introductions, Meng Yan's gaze landed on the 3 from the Broken Moon clan, and he said casually, "These are the 3 disciples of the Broken Moon clan led by Brother Yonggan." As for the Broken Moon clan, he only mentioned Yonggan. "It is our honor to be able to witness the most talented beauty of the 3 sects, Violet Mist Fairy." Yonggan wasn't stingy with his praise, and it came from the bottom of his heart. However, when the Purple Mist Fairy's gaze landed on the 3 from the Broken Moon clan, she was dazed for a moment before her eyes were filled with shock and joy. "Zhao, brother Zhao Feng, you're here too?" Zhao Yufei recognized Zhao Feng and Bei Moi, especially when she fixed her gaze on Zhao Feng's face. She couldn't help but turn pale with worry. "Brother Zhao, your eyes?" Whoosh! A purple afterimage flashed, and Zhao Yufei appeared in front of Zhao Feng. The fragrance of a young girl surrounded her. "Yufei, long time no see." Zhao Feng faintly smiled as he stood there, his azure hair blue in the wind, making him look slightly weird. Zhao Yufei was dazed for a moment. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng was the same as when he was at the Zhao family and the Guanjuan Palace. He was still calm and confident, and the confidence that he exuded had defeated him time and time again, even making him rely on him. Furthermore, the current Zhao Feng gave her a mysterious and weird feeling. She was sure that not only was Zhao Feng fine, he was even stronger than before. Yufei lost her composure. Zhao Yufei's worry turned into joy as she smiled and greeted Bei Moi. "So you guys know each other?" Yonggan was stunned. Ao Yuetian and Meng Yan's expressions were slightly ugly. This was especially so for Meng Yan. He had purposely ignored Zhao Feng and Bei Moi, but he never would have thought that the goddess in his heart would know these 2. Ao Yuetian was also slightly annoyed. Zhao Feng, who he saw as trash and didn't even bother to look at, seemed to be very close to Zhao Yufei. Zhao Yufei smiled as she gave a simple introduction. Everyone realized that Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei were from the same clan, and they were from the same sect as Bei Moi. Within the pavilion, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Everyone knew each other, so there wasn't much of a distance between them. Of the 3 from the Silver Moon clan, Zhao Feng had met the red-haired youth Li Hong a few days ago, so he could be considered an acquaintance. However, Zhao Feng was wary of Li Hong. What relationship did this brat have with the Scarlet Moon religion? After chatting for a while, the topic soon turned to cultivation. Ao Yuetian's Moon God War, Zhao Yufei and Bei Moi's inheritances were the focus of everyone's attention. Of course, The few of them only briefly mentioned the things that they had inherited from their respective cultivation. They didn't plan anything deeper. This brother Zhao Feng is only at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, and he's representing your clan. I'm sure there must be something special about him. Ao Yuetian's eyes turned and pointed toward Zhao Feng. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't pay attention to someone like Zhao Feng. But this brat seemed to have a good relationship with Zhao Yufei, so he had to pay attention to him. Brother Zhao's strength isn't bad. Yang Gan could only help. Zhao Feng was too lazy to talk to Bei Moi. Bei Moi definitely wouldn't help him, so it was already good enough that he didn't hit him when he was down. As for Zhao Feng's situation, Yang Gan could only brush it off. The disciples of the Lin Moon clan and Silver Moon clan had disdain in their eyes. Maybe they were jealous of his close relationship with Zhao Yufei and wanted to see him lose face. But Zhao Feng and Bei Moi were too lazy to talk, and the other was cold. After a few attempts, they felt that it was boring and gave up. Time passed quickly. At night, the meeting between the upper echelons of the 3 clans had basically ended. Next was the long-awaited sparring session of the 3 clans. More than 10 upper echelons of the 3 clans gathered at the Lin Moon Square. The sparring grounds were at the center of the square, and it was 100 yards wide. The upper echelons and disciples of the 3 clans were at 3 corners of the Lin Moon Square. In the corner of the Broken Moon clan. This year, the new disciples of the Lin Moon sect are unexpectedly strong. Granny Liu Yue's eyebrows were filled with worry. Hai Yun Elder nodded his head. The difference in strength between us and the Lin Moon clan isn't small, and it's impossible for us to gain the upper hand. But if we can fight to a draw with the Silver Moon clan, the other 2 clans will look at us differently. That's the only way. The Great Elder sighed softly. Firstly, the Lin Moon clan's formation was too strong. Head disciple Ao Yuetian was at the peak 6th sky of the Ascended Realm, and he was one of the 4 stars of the 13 clans. Secondly, Zhao Yufei and Meng Yin had both reached the peak 5th sky of the Ascended Realm, and the former had received an inheritance. In terms of individual and combined strength, the Lin Moon clan suppressed the other 2 clans. Right now, the upper echelons of the Broken Moon clan didn't dare to fight against the Lin Moon clan. They would be satisfied if they could fight to a draw with the Silver Moon clan. But even the Silver Moon clan had 1 at the 6th sky and 2 at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. From the looks of it, their formation was stronger than the Broken Moon clan's. First Elder's eyes suddenly turned and landed on the calm Zhao Feng. He had some hope in his heart that this disciple that even he couldn't see through would bring some surprises. Only First Elder knew that Zhao Feng had received the lightning inheritance, and his strength far exceeded his cultivation. At this time, Ao Yuetian of the Lin Moon clan announced the start of the sparring. The sparring would be hosted by the juniors, and the seniors would only observe. They could give comments, but they wouldn't interfere. Being the host, I'll come out first. Is there anyone who's willing to spar with me? Meng Yin stood in the middle of the field and cupped his fists towards the Silver Moon clan and Broken Moon clan. I'll go. The red-haired Li Hong of the Silver Moon clan stood up, and a dark red aura of fire appeared around him. Fire Moon technique. Li Hong's attack contained a berserk flame energy. That terrifying might was enough to instantly turn a house into ashes. Zhao Feng nodded his head faintly. In terms of offense, Li Hong's Fire Moon technique was similar to the Burning Wind stance that he had comprehended before, but it was on a higher level. Wind Cloud Breaking Moon technique. Meng Yin held a fan in his hand, and his movements were elegant. Surges of sharp true force turned into a dominating silver wind that devoured everything in its path. In terms of offense, Meng Yin was only slightly stronger than Li Hong, and this was only because of the advantage of cultivation. However, his movements and attacks were more elegant and pleasing to the eye. Moon-breaking wind riding stance. Meng Yin waved the folding fan in his hand, and a silver gust of wind surged out. With an overwhelming advantage, Li Hong was forced to take a few steps back. Li Hong was in a sorry state and he was almost injured. Thanks. Mang Yin didn't take the chance to attack, or else he would have forced Li Hong out of the sparring field. Li Hong was slightly dispirited as he returned to the Silver Moon clan. The red-robed elder next to him shook his head and sighed. Hong, you lost because of 2 reasons. Firstly, you were too eager to win. Secondly, your opponent is indeed much stronger than you. In the first round of sparring, Mang Yin easily won in 10 moves. He was only the 3rd core disciple of the Lin Moon clan, but he already had such strength. This made the elders of the other 2 clans feel pressured. Who from the Broken Moon clan wants to spar with me? Meng Yan's gaze swept past Yangon and company before landing on Beimois. If he challenged Yangon, he didn't have much confidence, but if he challenged Xiaofeng, he would be under the suspicion of bullying the weak. Beimois had an inheritance, and if he could beat him, he would feel a sense of accomplishment. Beimois walked onto the field expressionlessly and said, "You're not my match." "Hee, you're arrogant." Mang Yin wasn't the only one who was surprised. Northern dark, 5 heavy waves. With a thought, the dark blue ripples around Beimois' body turned into heavy mountains that rose and fell. It was like tens of thousands of kilograms of water that pressed down endlessly. In that instant, the pressure made Mang Yin's blood stop flowing, and he found it hard to breathe. He finally realized how powerful the serious and old-fashioned young man was. Moon-breaking wind riding stance. Mang Yin unleashed one of his most powerful moves with all his might. Pung pung! The dark blue ripples were like mountains that weighed tens of thousands of pounds. A total of 5 layers of pressure stacked on top of each other, and Mang Yin almost spat out blood. What a strong move! He's the person who received the inheritance of the Broken Moon clan. The spectators exclaimed in surprise. Pa! In just 2 or 3 moves, Mang Yin was sent flying several yards before landing on the ground. The crowd broke out into chaos. Plop! The moment he lost, Mang Yin was shocked and regretful. Disciples with inheritances were indeed terrifying. If he had known earlier, he would have challenged Xiaofeng at the 4th sky. Although he was under the suspicion of bullying the weak, he wouldn't have lost so badly. The losses outweighed the gains. Chapter 211. The battle between Beimois and Mang Yin was completely overwhelming. Mang Yin, who had reached the peak 5th sky of the Ascended Realm, was defeated in just a few moves. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar as the disciples of the 3 sects turned pale. The reason why there was such a commotion wasn't just because of Beimois' strength, but also because of the Broken Moon clan itself. The Broken Moon clan was always at the bottom of the 3-clan party. Ever since Hai Yun Master's generation, there hadn't been any outstanding geniuses. The inheritance this kid obtained seems to be extraordinary. The sect leader and elders of the Lin Moon sect exchanged glances. The 3 sects all had their own trial grounds, and they were all passed down from generation to generation. It was extremely rare for one to obtain an inheritance in the trial. Generally speaking, it was rare for a few to appear within 100 years. For each sect to have one appear this time was truly rare. Perhaps it had something to do with the destiny of the 3 sects, or even the entire continent. However, even inheritances were divided into strong and weak ones. Obviously, Beimois' Darkwater inheritance was a very powerful inheritance. In Hai Yun Master's words, it was one of the strongest inheritances of the floating Crest Palace. The Broken Moon clan has such a strong person this time. Mao Fei, the head disciple of the Silver Moon sect, was visibly moved. The strength that Beimois had displayed was something that even he, the head disciple, wasn't confident in defeating. Let me. The silver-robed swordsman beside Mao Feng asked softly, "Shang Guanyu, be careful." Mao Fei nodded and said, although Shang Guanyu was ranked 3rd among the Silver Moon sect's true disciples, he had obtained an inheritance, so his actual combat strength was stronger than Li Hong, who was ranked second. "Brother Bei, you must be careful." Shang Guanyu's gaze was as sharp as the edge of a sword, and an invisible sword momentum rose from his body. Clang! The cold sword light streaked across the sky and slashed towards Bei Moi. That sword gave off a powerful visual impact, like a bolt of lightning in the dark night. Bei Moi's expression was solemn. He had not expected to encounter a cultivator who was skilled in the way of the sword. The Three Moon sects naturally did not focus on the way of the sword, but cultivators of the way of the sword were rather popular on the continent, especially 10,000 years ago. Even now, there were many sword Dao inheritances in the world. The greatest characteristic of sword Dao inheritances was that they had powerful attacks. They walked the path of unconventional swordsmanship, focusing on breaking all techniques with a single sword, pursuing the ultimate great Dao. At this moment, when Shang Guanyu slashed out with his sword, the sword aura was not something that a level 5 heaven cultivator of the same level could contend against. Dark Water Mountain. Bei Moi took a light breath, and the dark blue ripple around him expanded. It was like 100,000-kilogram mountain that pressed down on his opponent with unparalleled gravity. If an opponent of the same level encountered such a powerful and profound attack, it was possible that they would vomit blood on the spot. Shang Guanyu's body only paused for a moment before his sword aura, which was as cold as the sunset, broke Bei Moi's Dark Water Mountain. He was cut into two, but he himself was also forced to take several steps back. What a powerful attack! The disciples of the three sects could not help but exclaim. Bei Moi's inheritance clearly specialized in defense, while Shang Guanyu's inheritance specialized in offense. On the field, the two figures crossed each other. Shang Guanyu's sword momentum came round after round, like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. Sword Dao cultivators are indeed hard to deal with. Ao Yuetian muttered to himself as he reminisced. With his strength, he obviously didn't fear Shang Guanyu and didn't even put him in his eyes. But amongst the geniuses of the 13 clans, there was a peerless prodigy who held a 3-foot-long green sword and was known as One Sword Slaying the Heavens. This meant that she could slay all the geniuses in the world with one sword, and her brilliance made all the other geniuses of the 13 clans lose their luster. That person was a girl, but she had stepped on all the male geniuses of the 13 clans with one sword. Even Ao Yuetian had lost to her. That person was Tsang Yuyue, the head of the 4 stars, and she came from the Cloud Sword clan. The current Shang Guanyu was the same as Tsang Yuyue, a genius that specialized in the way of the sword. Shang Guanyu's attacks could even threaten those at the 6th sky, and even Bei Moi couldn't gain any advantage in a short amount of time. Brother Zhao, what do you think Brother Bei's chances of winning are? Yangon asked. If Brother Bei wins, his Dark Water inheritance specializes in defense. On the other hand, cultivators of the sword rely on their sharpness. If they don't succeed, they will weaken. Zhao Feng said confidently. Hearing this, First Elder and Yangon both nodded their heads. Zhao Feng wasn't the only one with good eyes. Dark Water Reverse Wave. The dark blue ripples around Bei Moi's body suddenly compressed and exploded. Like a majestic flying boat, it shot forward with an unstoppable momentum and destroyed Shang Guanyu's sword aura. Shang Guanyu was pushed back dozens of yards, and his clothes were torn in several places. Thanks. Bei Moi's expression was expressionless, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. After beating 2 people in a row, he still had some strength left, and his gaze landed on Mao Fei, challenging the head disciple. The expressions of the disciples of the 3 clans changed slightly. If Bei Moi beat Mao Fei, it would mean that he had crushed the Silver Moon clan under his feet. Okay. Mao Fei slowly stood up. Brother Bei, you've fought 2 battles, and you've exhausted yourself. Let me do it. Yangon's figure flashed, and he came to the center of the field. Bei Moi didn't object, and he expressionlessly returned to the corner of the Broken Moon clan. Hai Yun Master nodded his head. Bei Moi's performance had given him face. At this time on the field, Yang Gan and Mao Fei, the two core disciples, clashed. The competition between the chief disciples was grand and imposing, far surpassing the previous battles. Yang Gan held an ancient golden long saber in his hand, and his aura surged like a river. His attacks were bold and domineering, giving off an invincible aura as if a tyrant had descended. Yang Gan's strength shocked the disciples of the three clans. Zhao Feng was also slightly surprised. He hadn't fought much with Yang Gan, and he didn't think that his strength would increase so much after the trial. A smug expression appeared on First Elder's face. Yang Gan's talent and comprehension weren't bad, and after this trial his battle power and mentality had increased greatly. Furthermore, Zhao Feng and Bei Moi gave Yang Gan too much pressure and forced him to squeeze out a lot of his potential. In just 10 moves, Yang Gan had the upper hand and his blade was domineering. After 20 moves, Mao Fei panted slightly and he was shocked. What's going on with the Broken Moon clan this time? Bei Moi is strong since he has obtained a powerful inheritance, but even the head disciple is unbelievably strong. Very strong, Bei Moi murmured. He had wanted to challenge Yang Gan after reaching the 5th sky, but from the looks of it, his chance of winning was less than 20% and the chance of a draw was less than 40%. Zhao Feng had to admit that Yang Gan had the right to be the head disciple. Under normal situations, if he didn't use his bloodline power or the lightning inheritance, he probably wouldn't be Yang Gan's match. After all, his defense wasn't as strong as Bei Moi's and his cultivation was his weakness. After 30 moves, Yang Gan forced Mao Fei back and left a bloody mark on the latter's face. Brother Yang is indeed strong. Mao Fei is ashamed. Mao Fei wasn't too disappointed because there was a clear difference in strength between him and Yang Gan. He didn't make any mistakes during the battle. Yang Gan had used up a lot of energy after winning, so he didn't continue to challenge and came back to rest. At his level, the only one he could challenge was Ao Iwetian, so he had to wait until he was at his peak state. Your strength is not bad. I thought that I wouldn't have the chance to fight at the 3-clan party. Ao Iwetian didn't hide the arrogance in his words. He didn't even put the 3-clan party in his eyes. His target was the Alliance Banquet, and his opponents were Tsang Yue, Lin Tong, and Su Zixuan. After Yang Gan left the stage, the atmosphere became weird. The terrifying strength that the Broken Moon clan displayed had basically crushed the Silver Moon clan under their feet. The Silver Moon clan had lost their edge. Meng Yun of the Lin Moon clan also had an ugly expression. Before, when he received the 3 disciples of the Broken Moon clan, he didn't put them in his eyes at all and even spoke rudely. But who would have thought that this generation's Broken Moon clan would be so strong? Bei Moi and Yang Gan, which one of them wasn't strong? At this point in time, the Broken Moon clan's strength made the other 2 clans wary. Feng, or aren't you going to show off? First Elder asked. His words made those from the Broken Moon clan look over. Of the 3 disciples, Zhao Feng was the most mysterious, and even First Elder, his master, didn't know much about him. HM? Meng Yin and the other disciples of the Silver Moon clan's eyes lit up when they noticed the commotion. Yes, they admitted that the Broken Moon clan this time was strong, and Yang Gan and Bei Moi weren't easy to offend. But the Broken Moon clan obviously had a weakness. This disciple at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm was one of the strongest in the clan, but in the 3-clan party, it wasn't enough. We have to pick the soft one. We have to at least destroy the Lin Moon clan's prestige. Meng Yun made up his mind. Furthermore, he was already slightly jealous of the relationship between Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei. At the same time on the other side, the 2 of you who haven't won, go challenge the weakest Zhao Feng. You have to win at least 1 or 2 matches, so that the entire Silver Moon clan won't be wiped out. Mao Feng ordered in a low tone. Shang Guanyu and Li Hong both nodded their heads when they heard this. The Silver Moon clan had lost 3 matches in a row, and they had all lost to the Broken Moon clan. Right at this moment, under the encouragement of First Elder, Zhao Feng expressionlessly walked onto the field. Before he could say anything, Meng Yun of the Lin Moon clan and Li Hong of the Silver Moon clan went up at the same time. What was going on? Zhao Feng paused. Since when was he so popular? What? Brother Li Hong also wants to spar with him. Meng Yun smiled. The instant the two's eyes met, they both understood what the other was thinking. The disciples of the 3 clans paused for a moment before they understood. They weren't idiots. The 3-clan party concerned the face of the 3 clans, and every disciple wanted to win. If they didn't win a single match, how embarrassing would that be? Yes, I'm very curious about Brother Zhao, who has never fought before. Li Hong's face went slightly red. That's what I was thinking as well. Meng Yun coughed lightly. The two didn't seem to have any intentions of letting the other win. Their skin wasn't just a little thick. Even the clans behind them felt embarrassed. Only Yangon and Bei Moi of the Broken Moon clan had gloating expressions. Chapter 212. Seeing that Meng Yun and Li Hong were both eager to spar with Zhao Feng, they didn't seem to want to give up. How about this? The 2 of you come at me at the same time. Zhao Feng's expression was relaxed as he casually said, Don't be arrogant. Brett, who doesn't know his place? Meng Yin and Li Hong paused for a moment before becoming furious. Zhao Feng's words caused the crowd to gasp in shock. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone this arrogant. A measly 4th sky dared to say that he could fight 2 core disciples at the 5th sky at the same time? Of course. No matter how thick Meng Yun and Li Hong's skin was, they couldn't fight him at the same time, even if Zhao Feng was willing. They were sure that Zhao Feng said this because he knew that he had no hope of winning. I'm being sincere. Zhao Feng shook his head. Meng Yun and Li Hong almost spat out blood from anger. This brat didn't know what was good for him. Meng Yun, come down. You've lost enough face? Ao Yuetian harumphed coldly as his expression darkened. With his arrogance, he felt that Meng Yun had lost face for the clan by teaming up with a disciple at the 5th sky to bully a brat at the 4th sky. Yes, Brother Ao. Meng Yun didn't dare to disobey, and he obediently came down. In the Lin Moon clan, Ao Yuetian was like the new emperor. His name had even spread across the 13 clans. On the field, only Zhao Feng and Li Hong were left. Li Hong suppressed the excitement in his heart. This might be his only chance of victory in this 3-sect party. Zhao Feng stood on the spot with his azure hair blowing in the wind. His eyes squinted and an evil aura radiated from him. Being stared at by him, Li Hong had an illusion that his mind and soul were in turmoil. Brother Li, admit defeat. You're not my match. Zhao Feng's azure hair blew in the wind, and an invisible mental energy fluctuation shot into Li Hong's heart. Li Hong's body froze. In the next instant, he felt as if countless bolts of lightning were descending from the sky, and the ground beneath his feet was collapsing. He had fallen into an endless hell. After returning to the sect, Zhao Feng's comprehension of the lightning profundity had reached a whole new level. What was inconceivable was that he had fused the profound meaning of lightning into the Tao of illusions, which had produced unimaginable power. Not good. The moment Li Hong's mind fell into a gap, he felt a strong gust of wind. Bang! Zhao Feng sent him flying with a kick. Hua! The disciples of the 3 sects were in an uproar. What was going on? So it's the secret spirit art. This kid actually knows how to study unorthodox methods. Although it's an unorthodox path, it's hard to defend against it. The 2nd-ranked ancient shrine is an example. The elders of the 3 sects exchanged glances. At this moment, Li Hong sat on the ground in a daze. Thanks for letting me win. Zhao Feng looked indifferent. The expressions of those from the Silver Moon clan were extremely ugly. They didn't think that Zhao Feng, who had the lowest cultivation in the Broken Moon clan, would be so strong. Li Hong was actually defeated without the slightest bit of resistance. Spirit's secret art, Ao Yuetian fell into deep thought. He suddenly thought of Lin Tong, who was ranked second among the 4 stars. Of the 4 stars, Lin Tong was the most mysterious. He came from the ancient shrine, and he had used his rare bloodline to train in the clan's heavenly absent eye. When Lin Tong truly used the heavenly absent eye, he only needed one glance to shatter the opponent's mind and cause them to lose. Some geniuses that had been defeated by Lin Tong would even become insane. Some would even leave a shadow in the depths of their hearts. Even Ao Yuetian, who dared to challenge Song Yue, didn't dare to challenge Lin Tong. This was because the latter was too weird and his attacks were hard to defend against. The current Zhao Feng also cultivated mental energy. Of course, Ao Yuetian wouldn't put Zhao Feng in his eyes. The latter's mental energy was like child's play in his eyes. The 4 stars of the Alliance stood at the top of the pyramid of geniuses. They were knowledgeable and looked down on everyone else. Who else wants to spar with this Zhao? Zhao Feng smiled faintly as his gaze landed on Meng Yin. Meng Yin's body froze, but he wasn't afraid and he stood up to fight. His cultivation was strong and his mind was firm. As long as he was on guard, he wouldn't be afraid of Zhao Feng. As long as he wasn't afraid of the other's mental energy, winning would be easy. Brother Zhao, I admit that I've underestimated you, but don't even think about using the same method against me. Meng Yin snickered coldly. Is that so? I don't believe it. Zhao Feng laughed lightly as his azure hair blew without any wind and the wicked aura around him became stronger. Meng Yin's face was full of wariness as he leapt towards Zhao Feng, leaving behind a string of afterimages. With his cultivation at the peak 5th sky, Meng Yin's battle power couldn't be underestimated. Bam! Zhao Feng roared and an invisible mental energy, sound wave, struck Meng Yin like lightning. Although Meng Yin's speed was fast, it couldn't be faster than his thoughts and mental energy attacks. Boom! Meng Yin's body swayed and his mind was shaken. The blood in his body churned and his organs shook. In an instant, his face turned pale and a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The disciples of the 3 sects were shocked. Even some of the elders were surprised. They didn't expect Zhao Feng's mental energy to be so powerful. Zhao Feng's mental energy made rapid progress in his cultivation. It was 10 times or even 100 times more efficient than cultivating internal force or body tempering. Li Fuwan was right. Mental energy was the most suitable inheritance for Zhao Feng. Moreover, Zhao Feng's mental energy had merged with the profundity of the lightning inheritance. Now, Zhao Feng had mastered the first floor of the lightning inheritance. How was that possible? Meng Yin wiped the blood off his face, but he didn't give up easily. He firmly believed that Zhao Feng wouldn't be a match for him in a head-on battle. Breaking moon wind riding style, Meng Yin waved the fan in his hand and a silver wind swept towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng didn't try to dodge, his lips curling into a cold smile. Lightning wind palm. He suddenly met it with a palm strike. The wind stirred and thunder roared. Arcs of lightning wreaked havoc in the wild wind like a spider web. Thunder boomed and the momentum was like a rainbow. The elders of the 3 sects were shocked when he made his move. The power of this palm has probably reached the 5th level of the lightning wind palm. It's equivalent to the peak of this cultivation technique. First elder exclaimed. In an instant, Meng Yin's breaking moon wind riding style was destroyed by the palm. At the same time, lightning and thunder intertwined around his body. In the next moment, he lost consciousness. Plop! Everyone saw Meng Yin bleeding from his 7 orifices, and he fainted. Senior Brother Meng. A few disciples of the Lin Moon sect immediately came to his rescue. Zhao Feng stood in the night wind, and his azure hair blew in the wind. His one eye gave off a cold feeling that made people's hearts go cold. Some people even felt their hair stand on end. This brat was terrifying. The disciples of the three sects felt cold. No one would have thought that the scariest of the three core disciples of the Broken Moon clan wasn't Yangon or Baimwa, but the one with the lowest cultivation, Zhao Feng. Not only did Zhao Feng specialize in mental energy, his normal battle power was also terrifying. Sending Meng Yin flying with one palm meant that his aura was even stronger than Baimwa's. Li Hong and Meng Fei wanted to find a pushover, but they stepped on a mine. Who else? Zhao Feng's eyes scanned across the crowd. The three core disciples of the Silver Moon clan didn't make a sound. Shangguan, you most likely had no chance of winning. Mao Fei had just fought and was exhausted, so his chances of winning weren't high. If he lost to a brat at the Fourth Sky, it would be a huge loss of face for the Silver Moon clan. For the sake of fairness, everyone can only fight 2 rounds in a row. Ao Yuetian suddenly said. According to the rules, everyone could only fight 2 rounds in a row, even if they won. Okay. Zhao Feng nodded his head and walked off the stage. As Zhao Feng walked off the stage, the 3 core disciples of the Broken Moon clan all showed their skills. The Broken Moon clan was destined to become famous in this 3-clan party. Zhao Feng, your lightning wind palm, seems to have reached the 5th level, and you're just 1 level away from the highest level? Hai Yun Master's eyes twinkled as if he was curious. Zhao Feng obviously knew what he meant. In the past, the geniuses that trained the lightning wind palm to the highest level all died. I might need 1 or 2 years to break through to the 6th level. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change. His lightning wind palm had reached the 7th level after being improved. The same 5th level had been perfected by Zhao Feng, and he had merged the laws of lightning into it, making it more than twice as strong as the original lightning wind palm. Hai Yun Master obviously didn't know about this, and he thought, this Zhao Feng seemed to be perfecting his lightning wind palm, and he didn't know if he could survive after reaching the 6th level. If Zhao Feng died to the lightning wind palm, then he wouldn't have to worry about him. The sparring session was still ongoing. After that, the Lin Moon clan and Silver Moon clan started sparring. Shang Guanyu challenged Zhao Yufei, who also had an inheritance. Zhao Yufei's cultivation had reached the peak 5th sky, and she had received an inheritance in the trial. After 20 moves, Zhao Yufei used a strategy similar to Baimwa to defeat Shang Guanyu. What inheritance did she receive? Zhao Feng had observed carefully, but he didn't feel anything. Zhao Yufei's movement technique was as light as a fairy, just like his illusion fish movement technique, full of changes. In terms of attack, it wasn't lacking in elegance. In terms of defense, it was considered strong, or else she wouldn't have been able to block Shang Guanyu's fierce attacks. But all in all, Zhao Feng didn't see anything special about it. Zhao Yufei's victory was a simple one. She then challenged Baimwa. Inheritance versus inheritance. Zhao Yufei's movement technique and attacks were still swift and graceful. They looked like floating clouds and flowing water, pleasing to the eye. Zhao Feng couldn't help but use his left eye to observe and found that Zhao Yufei's true force was transparent and extremely pure. It was as if it had merged with her flesh and blood, and when she circulated it, it was as smooth as flowing water. Zhao Yufei and Baimwa exchanged close to 100 moves, and they were evenly matched. Baimwa was suppressed by Zhao Yufei most of the time, but because he specialized in defense, he didn't lose. After 100 moves, according to the rules, the 2 ended in a draw. Zhao Feng saw something fishy. Zhao Yufei's inheritance should belong to the support category, and he even felt that Zhao Yufei's bloodline wasn't simple. If not, how could her true force reach such a pure and flawless level? The most unbelievable part was that it had merged with her flesh and blood. Furthermore, after 100 moves, Baimwa was slightly out of breath, while Zhao Yufei was full of energy. And this was the result of 2 battles. Zhao Yufei was slightly regretful. She had originally wanted to challenge Zhao Feng or Yonggan, but she had already fought 2 battles and could only wait for the next few rounds. Chapter 213. The sparring between Zhao Yufei and Beimoi was obviously a spectacular performance that pushed the excitement of the 3-clan party to the peak. At this point, the 3-clan party had entered the final stage. Usually, this would be the final battle between the head disciples. However, Ao Yuetian slowly stood up and cupped his fists. This 3-clan party is more exciting than the past. If no one has any objections, then the sparring will end here. What? The expressions of the disciples changed dramatically. Ao Yuetian wanted to end the sparring? As the host, he didn't want to come out and spar. The head disciples of the Broken Moon clan and Lin Moon clan had ugly expressions. Does this Ao Yuetian look down on us? Yonggan's eyebrows furrowed. Ao Yuetian, you're going too far. Even if you're one of the 4 stars, you can't humiliate the Silver Moon clan like this. Mao Fei's chest was filled with anger. Ao Yuetian's actions made the disciples of the 2 clans unhappy, and it was like slapping their head disciples in the face. Ao Yuetian, of course we have objections. If you, the #1 genius, don't come out, how can the 3-clan party be considered a success? Mao Fei slowly walked out and battle intent surged. The alliance banquet of the 13 clans is my battlefield. Your strength isn't enough. But if you really want to fight, then Yonggan and Mao Fei, please come at me together. Only then will it be interesting. Ao Yuetian said arrogantly. Hearing this, the crowd started to curse. Ao Yuetian, don't be arrogant. Ao Yuetian, I think you're a coward and don't dare to fight. Facing the cursing, Ao Yuetian didn't get angry. I just don't want to waste time. Ao Yuetian, it's impossible for the 2 of us to fight together. If you have the time, then fight the 2 of us first. Yonggan said deeply. Ao Yuetian's arrogance had offended all the disciples of the 2 clans. Fine. Under the pressure, Ao Yuetian could only fight. In reality, he had purposely created this situation. But Yonggan didn't fall for it and didn't want to fight 2 against 1. Otherwise, he would be able to beat the head disciples of 2 clans by himself. More importantly, he could show off his prowess in front of the woman he loved. Thinking of this, he glanced at Zhao Yufei from the corner of his eye. He found that Zhao Yufei's attention was on the 3 from the Broken Moon clan. In the middle of the field, the 2 geniuses faced each other from a distance. Ao Yuetian stood tall and handsome with his hands behind his back. Although he didn't make a move, an invisible pressure spread out from him. Mao Fei took a deep breath. Only when he faced Ao Yuetian did he realize how terrifying the latter was. The pressure that Ao Yuetian gave him wasn't any weaker than the 7th Sky seniors in the clan. Mao Feng did not dare to delay. He quickly condensed all the true power in his body, releasing a layer of sharp silver light. Flying Cloud Mirage. In the night, Mao Fei left behind a few silver afterimages that surrounded Ao Yuetian in a triangular formation. In terms of speed, Mao Fei was the best in the 3-sect party. In a short instant, he spun around Ao Yuetian, and countless silver lines enveloped Ao Yuetian like countless blades. Death of 1,000 cuts. Mao Fei combined his wondrous movement technique and completed this terrifying move. This move could be said to be deadly, and in theory, it could turn a person into a 1,000-layer cake. Many spectators felt their hearts go cold as they watched Ao Yuetian being sliced apart by the silver lines. Ao Yuetian didn't even move, and he still stood there with his hands behind his back. Moon God War Body. A layer of silver light appeared on Ao Yuetian's body, and it was like the lines of skin and flesh. He's indeed learnt Moon God War. Moon God War Body is the signature skill of this skill. Not only the Lin Moon clan, even the other 2 clans exclaimed. Moon God War was a forbidden cultivation technique, similar to an inheritance, forming a system of its own. In this world, cultivation techniques were not necessarily stronger just because they were inherited. There were some peerless techniques that were all-encompassing and could dominate the world with just a single one. Moon God War Body. Countless silver lines slashed onto Ao Yuetin's body, and the power that was enough to shatter normal low-grade, god-grade weapons seemed to melt into water, causing a small ripple before disappearing. The moonlight membrane around Ao Yuetin's body seemed to be flowing, and it was as beautiful as jade. It made him look extraordinarily handsome, like a god of the moon that had descended to the mortal world. What a mysterious skill! It contains the laws of moonlight and the soft defense similar to Bei Mua's dark water inheritance. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. With his left eye, he could see even more clearly. Furthermore, Zhao Feng saw something that other people didn't see. Ao Yuetian had a bloodline that wasn't normal, which was his bloodline power. This was the reason why he was able to learn the forbidden skill, Moon God War. Mao Fei's powerful attack didn't injure Ao Yuetian at all. Lose. Ao Yuetian waved his hand, and a bright silver beam of light shot out from his palm. It was bright and beautiful, but it contained extreme destructive power. Boom! Mao Fei was sent flying by the attack, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was stunned. He was too strong. It was as if Ao Yuetian had been possessed by the moon god. His offense and defense were both extremely high. A forbidden skill that uses the power of his bloodline. No wonder he's so arrogant. Zhao Feng's left eye had almost completely analyzed Ao Yuetian's power. Unfortunately, he couldn't use a skill that required the power of his bloodline, even if he could comprehend it. He and Ao Yuetian both had bloodline powers, but they weren't the same type. In just one move, Mao Fei had lost. The spectators took a long time to react, and they couldn't help but take in cold breaths. Immediately after, Yang Gan went up without any fear on his face. Even if he lost, he would fight with all his strength to increase his strength. Dominating Moon Sky Blade, Yang Gan slashed out with all his might with the ancient golden saber in his hand, emitting an unprecedented domineering aura. The saber light whistled like a surging river, forming layers of saber waves. Compared to when he fought Mao Fei, Yang Gan's battle power was even stronger. No one knew if it was because he had hidden it before or because he had squeezed out his potential. Dominating Moon Sky River Rage, Yang Gan's attacks surged upwards, and every slash would cause the moonlight on Ao Yuetian's body to ripple and dim a bit. Ao Yuetian's expression changed slightly as he waved his hand and beams of moonlight clashed with Yang Gan. Ding ding dang dang, sparks flew from Yang Gan's blade, and the remaining air forced him to retreat. After 3 moves, there were several bloody gashes on his body. Moon God Shadow. Ao Yuetian dragged a patch of moonlight behind him, and 3 figures hit Yang Gan at the same time. Wah! Yang Gan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his long blade fell to the ground. Shwa! The 3 moonlight figures returned to one body. So all 3 were real. Moon God War lives up to its name. Yang Gan wiped the blood from his mouth and accepted his loss. After winning, Ao Yuetian looked at the disciples of the 3 sects with arrogance. At this moment, he proved that his previous words weren't arrogant. Even Yang Gan and Mao Fei had to admit that even if the 2 of them attacked together, they would lose even more. The number 1 genius of the 3 sects indeed lives up to his name. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Ao Yuetian did have the right to be arrogant. At his level, the 3 clan party didn't even put him in their eyes. Zhao Feng analyzed that even if he revealed his bloodline power and lightning inheritance, he would only be able to fight to a draw with Ao Yuetian. After all, Ao Yuetian also had a bloodline power, and he cultivated a powerful forbidden skill. But if Zhao Feng's cultivation was a bit higher and he had a deeper understanding of mental energy and lightning inheritance, he would have a chance of winning. Hee hee, if there's no objections. This is the end of the small sparring session. Ao Yuetian scanned the crowd. Amongst them, Baimwa was unwilling, and he tried to challenge. He opened his bag and took out a gold-green silk robe and put it on. If you don't accept this, we'll meet again at the Alliance banquet. Ao Yuetian refused to fight again. With his strength and fame, he did have the right to refuse all the battles after beating Yonggan and Mao Fei. Yu Fei has an objection. A young girl's voice, as gentle as the sounds of nature, rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who spoke was the purple smoke goddess, Zhao Yufei. Oh, what objection does Yufei have? Ao Yuetian asked in confusion. Brother Ao, it's not right to end the sparring so quickly. At least, I haven't had enough fun, and I haven't fought my opponent yet. Zhao Yufei was graceful, and her beauty could shake the mortal world. Does Yufei also want to spar with Brother Ao? Ao Yuetian's heart moved, and a smile appeared on his face. He wouldn't fight anyone else. But if it was this junior sister, he could make an exception. Zhao Yufei's talent, beauty, and temperament were all top-notch, and she was his ideal partner. No, I want to challenge Brother Zhao Feng. Zhao Yufei calmly walked onto the stage. Challenge Zhao Feng? The disciples of the three clans were surprised, and they all looked towards the one-eyed azure-haired youth. This youth was weird and powerful. But what was so special about him that made the beauty of the Lin Moon clan want to challenge him? Ao Yuetian's expression became solemn, but he didn't say anything. He only squinted his eyes and looked toward Zhao Feng. Why does Yufei have this thought? Zhao Feng walked out with a confused expression. Back in the Zhao clan or the Guanjuan palace, he had sparred with Zhao Yufei more than once. Brother Zhao Feng has always been mysterious and powerful in my heart, as if he's invincible. A year ago, I only had respect and admiration in my heart. Zhao Yufei faintly sighed. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she did not conceal her desire to fight. Zhao Feng paused. He felt a strong battle intent that came from Zhao Yufei's pride and self-respect. Zhao Yufei's expression was complicated. A year ago, or even half a year ago, this youth had defeated her time and time again, causing her pride and confidence to crumble. She even started to admire and rely on him, but never had the confidence to win against him. Over the past half a year, I've improved by leaps and bounds. I thought that I'd become stronger from the bottom of my heart and that I'd be able to surpass all my opponents. But when I met Brother Zhao Feng, I realized that the helplessness and reliance in my heart were still there. As Zhao Yufei said this, a bitter expression appeared on her face, but the battle intent in her eyes grew stronger. Hearing this, Ao Tianyue and the others went into deep thought. So that's how it is. I'm the weakness in your heart. If you want to surpass yourself, you'll have to defeat me. Zhao Feng's words were simple, hitting the nail on the head. Chapter 214. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, everyone's expressions changed. This was the reason why Zhao Yufei challenged him. It was hard to imagine how deep Zhao Feng's strength had been in Zhao Yufei's heart in the past. Others might not understand Zhao Feng's path of growth, but Zhao Yufei had witnessed Zhao Feng's miraculous path from the Zhao clan. She watched as Zhao Feng surpassed her, and no matter how she tried to catch up, she could only stare at his back. In the same era, the clash between geniuses could become a legend and a much-told tale. But when a genius was too strong, it would be the tragedy of the other geniuses. At least in Sun Feather City and the Guanjuan Palace, Zhao Feng was such an existence. He was like a monster that surpassed the geniuses of an era. Zhao Linlong, Zhao Yufei, Feng Hanyue, Nengong Fan, Yang Qingshan, and even Beimua. Any one of them were prodigies of their respective regions. Unfortunately, Zhao Yufei had witnessed all of this. In his impression, that young man who was always calm and confident was imprinted in his heart like an invincible and imposing figure. Now that Zhao Yufei had grown up, her potential, which was comparable to that of an earthly spiritual body, had been unearthed. When they met again, her cultivation had surpassed Zhao Feng's. However, the moment they met, Zhao Yufei found that she was still the same person, and Zhao Feng was still the invincible youth. This was the flaw in her mental state. As a top genius with a legendary earth spiritual body, she had her own pride and confidence. She wouldn't allow such a knot to exist in her heart. Brother Zhao Feng, I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. Zhao Yufei smiled sweetly. Her beauty was soul-stirring. At the very least, the moment the battle started, her confidence and courage reached the peak, temporarily overcoming the flaw in her mental state. When Zhao Yufei smiled, her beauty almost made the disciples of the three sects lose their souls. Ao Yuetian was slightly jealous in his heart. Why wasn't he the one who became Zhao Yufei's knot? Could it be that he, as one of the four rising stars of the Alliance, was not strong enough and could not compare to a stage for a kid? Ao Yuetian was unhappy. At least, in Zhao Yufei's heart, Ao Yuetian wasn't unsurpassable. He wasn't as important as Zhao Feng. That was the truth. Zhao Yufei's feelings towards Zhao Feng included admiration, worship, and even a little girl's dependence. After all, there was no girl who didn't like a strong man. However, the current Zhao Yufei was no longer the same as before. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Feng fell into a short period of silence and thought. His green hair fluttered in the night wind, adding a touch of evil and ghostly charm. Zhao Yufei was waiting. If Zhao Feng didn't want to accept the challenge, there was nothing she could do. Furthermore, if Zhao Feng didn't use his full strength or wasn't at his peak, even if she won, she wouldn't be able to make up for the flaw in her heart. Zhao Feng also understood this point. The disciples of the three sects began to discuss among themselves. What is this Zhao Feng's background? To think that he was able to suppress goddess Violet Smoke, who has a talent comparable to an earth spiritual body. The talent of a changeable spiritual body is special. Maybe Sister Yufei's talent hadn't been discovered yet. Furthermore, in an area lacking in qi, the talent of a spiritual body would be greatly restricted. A while later, Yufei, I can't accept your challenge, Zhao Feng suddenly said. Not accepting the challenge, everyone was surprised. To be able to fight against goddess Violet Smoke, any disciple would be overwhelmed. Even Ao Yuetian was willing to accept the challenge. Why? Could it be that Brother Zhao Feng is worried that I'll lose and have a mental breakdown? You don't need to worry about this. I'm not that weak. Moreover, I still held back a bit of my strength in the previous spar. Zhao Yufei said confidently. Hearing this, the representative disciples of the three-sect party were shocked. Zhao Yufei had held back a bit in the previous sparring. Didn't this mean that her true strength was stronger than Beimua and Mao Fei, or even comparable to Yonggan? Because I have no chance of winning and now isn't the time. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. What? The disciples of the three sects were all shocked and doubtful. Zhao Feng, how dare you speak such arrogant words? I think he's a coward and doesn't dare to accept the challenge. The disciples of the Lin Moon clan expressed their disdain and cursed. Hearing this, Zhao Yufei's heart shook and her face went pale. She understood Zhao Feng, and he wouldn't say anything he wasn't confident in. Between you and me, we should have a 50-50 chance of winning. Unfortunately, there's a flaw in my heart. Once I use my mental energy technique, you won't be able to block it. Your resistance won't even be as strong as those of the same rank. Zhao Feng said calmly. Bullshit. Ignorant brat. You dare to say that you're on par with me? The disciples of the Lin Moon clan cursed. But hearing this, Zhao Yufei's expression was solemn, and she didn't doubt it at all. In the past, she had lost to Zhao Feng many times. For Zhao Yufei, this 50-50 victory was already an indescribable reality. Unfortunately, Zhao Feng's mental energy technique would deal several times more damage to Zhao Yufei. This was because the flaw in Zhao Yufei's heart was how Zhao Feng could block it. So, now isn't the time for us to fight yet. Why don't we wait for the Alliance banquet half a year from now? Zhao Feng finally threw out his answer. I'll wait for that day at the Alliance banquet. Zhao Yufei nodded, and her clear eyes were filled with anticipation and yearning. Half a year's time was enough for Zhao Yufei to find a way to block the mental energy technique. Furthermore, the Alliance banquet of the 13 clans was the true stage for geniuses, and the 4 stars were at the top of the clouds. If they could compete with Zhao Feng and those peerless geniuses on this stage, just how exciting would that be? This was the wish of countless geniuses. It's a deal. Zhao Feng let out a breath in his heart. Finally, it's over. At this stage, he didn't want to fight Zhao Yufei. If Zhao Yufei didn't have a flaw in her mental state, with her strength and unknown bloodline power, she might be able to fight Zhao Feng for a long time. She might even be able to force Zhao Feng to use his hidden cards. This was something that Zhao Feng didn't want to see. Furthermore, if Zhao Feng used his mental energy technique, Zhao Yufei's flaw would be hard to block. This was the truth. There was no falsehood. Although Zhao Feng had entered the path of mental energy late, he still knew some common knowledge. If he knew a person's flaw and used a mental energy technique on it, it would be a fatal threat. As Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei left the stage, the sparring finally came to an end. The green-haired, one-eyed youth gave everyone an even more mysterious and strange feeling. After the sparring ended, the 3 clan party didn't completely end. Next, the geniuses of the 3 clans drank tea and discussed amongst themselves to increase the strength of the 3 geniuses. After every sparring session, the rookie disciples would be able to learn many things through comments and discussions of their experiences. Even Zhao Feng and Bei Moi weren't an exception. After all, apart from Ao Yuetian, none of the other disciples were able to suppress everyone. In the discussion, Ao Yuetian was the leader. After all, in terms of cultivation and knowledge, he surpassed the disciples of the same generation. However, Ao Yuetian wasn't a humble person, and his words were sharp and merciless. Mao Fei and the other 2 from the Silver Moon clan were all criticized by Ao Yuetian. Brother Ao, I've learned a lot. Mao Fei was humble. After all, Ao Yuetian was strong enough to beat him in 1 or 2 moves. After that, Ao Yuetian then evaluated the 3 from the Broken Moon clan. As for Yangon, Ao Yuetian gave him a not bad. With Brother Yang's strength, you can probably get into the top 20 in the Alliance banquet. Ao Yuetian added, only top 20? The disciples of the 2 clans were slightly surprised. After all, the strength that Yangon had displayed at the Alliance banquet was shocking, and he was even stronger than Mao Fei. In the past Alliance banquets, 70 to 80% of the top 20 are occupied by the top 3 sections. Mockery appeared on Ao Yuetian's face. Yangon smiled. I've also heard about this. The top 3 sects of the Alliance were the Cloud Sword Clan, Ancient Shrine, and Shenzhen Clan. They had a long history and deep foundations. In the past, the other clans didn't even have the right to be one of the 4 stars. On the other hand, Brother Ao brought glory to our 3 clans and became one of the 4 stars. Hearing this, the expressions of the disciples from the 3 clans changed. The top 3 sects were too powerful, and the disciples they nurtured were undoubtedly the best. It wasn't simple for Ao Yuetian to become one of the 4 stars. The 4 stars were Tsang Yuyue, Lin Tong, Suzy Xuan, and Ao Yuetian. The 4 rising stars stood at the top among the geniuses of the 13 clans. It was a glorious sight. Zhao Feng had to admit that Ao Yuetian did have the strength to look down on the younger generation of the 3 clans. Even if he used his trump card, he might not be able to beat Ao Yuetian. Furthermore, being one of the 4 stars, Ao Yuetian definitely had his own trump card. The strength that Ao Yuetian had displayed at the three clan party was just the tip of the iceberg. Luckily, Xiao Feng didn't have any thoughts of standing out, and Ao Yuetian didn't want to spar with Xiao Feng. In Ao Yuetian's eyes, the three clan party was just a game. In the entire 13 clans, only Tsang Yue and the other stars could be his opponents. Immediately after, Ao Yuetian evaluated Bei Moi and Xiao Feng. Your understanding of water hasn't touched the essence. Ao Yuetian coldly glanced at Bei Moi. Even a genius like Bei Moi was mercilessly defeated by him. Bei Moi had obtained the dark water inheritance, which was related to the profound meaning and intent of water. This was Bei Moi's forte, but Ao Yuetian didn't care about it at all. From this, one could see his own strength. Xiao Feng couldn't help but remember that Ao Yuetian's moon god war skill, apart from the understanding of moonlight, also used water. Bei Moi was expressionless and didn't make a sound. Since he wasn't as strong as Ao Yuetian, there was no point in counterattacking. Finally, it was Xiao Feng's turn to evaluate. As for you, a cold smile appeared on Ao Yuetian's face. Lightning is a high-tier power, and your crude use of it is equivalent to playing with fire. As for the mental energy you're so proud of, it's nothing compared to the successor of the ancient shrine. If you're unlucky enough to encounter Lin Tong, he can defeat you with just a glance. Chapter 215. Ao Yuetian's evaluation of Xiao Feng didn't hold back at all. Xiao Feng was the same as Bei Moi, expressionless and didn't have any reaction, like a block of wood. Ao Yuetian was one of the 4 stars, and any disciple he taught, no matter if it was praise or criticism, he would humbly accept it. Furthermore, most of the people here had been looked down upon by Ao Yuetian. Those from the Silver Moon clan even had to flatter him. Only the strong were respected. This was the law of the clan world. Even the fart of an expert was fragrant. Ao Yuetian stood at the peak of strength, and his words had weight. He had the right to judge everyone's weaknesses. Brother Zhao, Brother Bei, Brother Ao's words aren't without reason. Only by being humble and accepting our shortcomings can we make great progress. Yonggan thought that Xiao Feng and Bei Moi weren't happy and comforted them. Although everyone felt that Ao Yuetian was arrogant, they all thought that he was straightforward. But what Yonggan didn't know was that the reason why Xiao Feng and Bei Moi didn't react wasn't because they were unhappy, but because they couldn't be bothered to reply. Bei Moi was a silent person, and he knew that Ao Yuetian's words were reasonable. However, he wasn't happy with Ao Yuetian and wanted to challenge him, but the latter didn't even bother to fight. This was what made Bei Moi unhappy. As for Xiao Feng, although he didn't like Ao Yuetian either, he knew that the latter wasn't making things up. The lightning wind palm was a rather rough and incomplete skill. Although Xiao Feng had perfected it, he didn't dare to use the essence of the lightning inheritance too openly, so it was obviously rough. Therefore, Ao Yuetian said that Xiao Feng's usage of the lightning inheritance was very rough and pointed out the weak points. Apart from that, Ao Yuetian said that Xiao Feng's mental energy skills were weak, especially when compared to the successor of the ancient shrine. One had to know that Xiao Feng had only learnt mental energy skills for a few days. His improvement in a few days was equivalent to tens of years for others. Even the peerless geniuses of the ancient shrine would be shocked if they knew this. They might as well kill themselves with a piece of tofu. However, Ao Yuetian didn't know the details. Xiao Feng's mastery of mental energy was nothing compared to the geniuses of the ancient shrine. Looks like this Ao Yuetian is speaking the truth. It's just that people don't like to hear the truth, especially when he's attacking without any fear. Xiao Feng secretly admired Ao Yuetian's sharp eyes. That was to say, Ao Yuetian could see through everyone's weaknesses. His strength, experience, and vision were too high. No wonder he didn't care about the 3-sect party. As expected of one of the 4 rising stars, Xiao Feng wasn't unhappy at all. Ao Yuetian was telling the truth. It was just that he didn't know the details and had underestimated himself. I wonder what exactly is formidable about this Lin Tong that Brother Ao mentioned. Zhao Feng showed a hint of interest. He was curious about Ao Yuetian's ability to defeat his opponent with one glance. This Lin Tong is the scariest of the 4 stars. He has a unique bloodline and has trained the ancient shrine's ultimate skill, the Heavenly Absent Eye. When he uses the Heavenly Absent Eye, all he needs to do is look at his opponent and they will be defeated instantly. Ao Yuetian's expression was solemn and wariness appeared on his face when he mentioned Lin Tong. Defeating his opponent with one glance? That's terrifying. This is too weird. How can there be such a skill in this world? The expressions of all the disciples changed dramatically. As long as he uses the Heavenly Absent Eye, no one can escape. Apparently, even those at the 7th sky of the ascended realm can't block one glance from him. Ao Yuetian took a deep breath. Heavenly Absent Eye, Zhao Feng murmured in his heart. Although he had obtained the heart-controlling skill from the hooded figure, it was far from being comparable to the Heavenly Absent Eye. One could imagine that Lin Tong's mastery of mental energy must have reached an extremely high level. If Lin Tong, who is ranked 2nd, is so terrifying, then what level has Zhang Yue, who is ranked 1st, reached? Everyone was filled with wariness and respect towards the 4 stars. Ao Yuetian was an example. The strength he had displayed at the 3 clan party was just the tip of the iceberg. Furthermore, Ao Yuetian was ranked last amongst the 4 stars. Zhang Yue, Lin Tong, Su Zixuan, and Ao Yuetian. Everyone remembered the names of the 4 stars. Everyone here had the right to participate in the alliance banquet, and it was best for them to know about their opponents. An hour later, the tea party had finally ended, and the 3 clan party had come to an end. All right, everyone, we will meet again at the alliance banquet in 5 months. Ao Yuetian stood up and announced. That night, everyone stayed at the Lin Moon clan. On the lakeside, Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei walked side by side, and under the moonlight, their shadows were stretched out. Zhao Feng calculated the time and realized that he had just turned 15 a few days ago. On this continent, one was only considered an adult at 16, and 15 was still a youth. However, Zhao Feng's calmness and experience gave people the feeling that he was older than his actual age. Brother Zhao Feng, is your eye really fine? Zhao Yufei was used to calling Zhao Feng like this, even though she was older than him. Zhao Feng faintly smiled and took off the silver eye patch, revealing a pure azure eye. It was flawless and seemed deep and profound. The instant she saw this eye, Zhao Yufei's heart shook and her bloodline aura seemed to tremble slightly. Peh, peh, peh. Zhao Feng felt his left eye twitch. He quickly put the eye patch back on. So Brother Zhao Feng has the same bloodline power as Brother Ao. Zhao Yufei's clear eyes lit up with a hint of envy. In the past, Zhao Feng's talent was average, but he was able to rise so quickly and terrifyingly strong. She couldn't understand why. Now the answer was revealed. Zhao Feng wasn't just a normal person. He had a rare bloodline inheritance. Furthermore, looking at how Zhao Feng covered his left eye, his bloodline power must be very strong. There's nothing to be envious of. Yufei, you seem to have a special bloodline aura in your body. This is my intuition. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and said, Really? Zhao Yufei was overjoyed. In reality, she also had a special feeling towards the changes in her body. The two chatted for a long time before returning. In the night, sending off Zhao Feng's figure with her eyes, disappointment appeared on Zhao Yufei's face. What kind of person does he think I am? The morning of the 2nd day, the group of people from the Broken Moon clan, called the Giant Golden Eagles, were on their way back. There's still 5 months until the 13 clan banquet. All of you need to be prepared. First Elder's voice sounded. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged, and even on the way back, he was still cultivating. Beimwa and Yongan seem to have been influenced by him, and they also used this time to cultivate or comprehend. The Broken Moon clan's counterattack this time made the other two clans look at them in a different light. The elders were all in a good mood. But after the three-clan party, Yongan and the other two were stimulated to a certain extent. Ao Iwatian had given them a huge shock, especially the fame of the 4 stars. Yongan couldn't accept that he could only reach the top 20 with his strength. Beimwa didn't like Ao Iwatian. Being a super genius, he had never met such a situation where Ao Iwatian was too disdainful to fight him. Zhao Feng did not receive too much of a shock, but he still managed to grasp his direction. My biggest weakness right now is that my cultivation is too low. Zhao Feng thought in his heart. Although he was the youngest in the 3-clan party and had a shocking performance, the limitation of his low cultivation was very obvious. Therefore, on the way back, Zhao Feng sorted out his direction. Firstly, cultivation. This was the foundation and also the limiting factor of his strength. Secondly, the cultivation technique system with the lightning inheritance as its core needed to be improved. Thirdly, he had to dig deeper into the occult mind technique. Zhao Feng was confident in the third point. His talent in this area was too high. He was sure that this was the direction of his left eye. Zhao Feng had a direction in his heart, how to merge mental energy with his left eye. Lin Tong, one of the 4 stars, had comprehended the heavenly absent eye, which should be a type of mental energy skill. He could defeat his opponent with just one look. Unknowingly, this gave Zhao Feng inspiration. After returning to the clan, Zhao Feng went into seclusion. Facing his first clan banquet, he didn't dare to let his guard down. In reality, he wasn't the only one who was cultivating. The other disciples were also preparing for the alliance banquet. 5 months wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. But for those at the ascended realm, the higher they went, the harder it was to break through. People like Ao Iwatian and Yongan had reached the 6th sky of the ascended realm, and it wasn't easy for them to break through even an inch. Relatively speaking, Zhao Feng was only at the 4th sky of the ascended realm, and his starting point was low, so his rate of improvement was naturally faster. After returning to the clan, in just a month, Zhao Feng had reached the peak 4th sky of the ascended realm. After the floating crest trial, Zhao Feng had a lot of resources and crystal stones. Furthermore, as a true disciple, the sect was very generous in providing him with resources. Especially at this period of time, the clan gave him the most. Zhao Feng could cultivate in the 1,000-leaf pond without any restrictions. Around the 1,000-leaf pond was a large energy gathering array, and the pond itself had absorbed the essence of the heaven-earth yuan qi for countless years. Cultivating in the cold pond was extremely efficient. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, there was only a month left until the alliance banquet. Zhao Feng had already reached the 5th sky of the ascended realm a month ago. But after reaching the 5th sky of the ascended realm, he had obviously reached a bottleneck, and his progress became extremely slow. In this period of time, Zhao Feng had comprehended 30 to 40% of the first floor of the lightning inheritance. This wasn't just the tip of the iceberg, but the depths of the inheritance. Correspondingly, the lightning wind palm had been perfected, and Zhao Feng had reached the 6th level. The 6th level of the lightning wind palm was the highest level in the past. At this level, Zhao Feng's life wasn't in danger, but he wouldn't attract lightning either. In terms of mental energy, Zhao Feng had already comprehended the heart-controlling technique 2 months ago. In fact, he had even finished reading some of the remaining cultivation methods and secret manuals related to spiritual secret arts in the sect. His cultivation, lightning inheritance, and mental energy skills had all reached a bottleneck. On this day, Zhao Feng finally came out of seclusion. Chapter 216. There was still a month until the alliance banquet. The reason why Zhao Feng had come out of seclusion was because he had reached a bottleneck in many aspects. However, the moment he came out, he had attracted the attention of the other disciples, and even the higher-ups. This wasn't only because Zhao Feng was a seated participant, but also because of something else. At the peak of the mountain, in the residence of the elder master, Zhao Feng has come out of seclusion. Quan Qin said respectfully, "In the past 2 months, the place where Zhao Feng has been cultivating has been filled with lightning. His lightning wind palm might be trying to reach the 6th level or even the highest level." Inform Beimoi and Yuanji. Haiyan Elder stood with his hands behind his back. So, in the past few months, Zhao Feng had been focusing on cultivating, and he had been extremely low profile, which was different from his usual arrogance. Apparently, there would be the sound of lightning in the sky above Zhao Feng's residence. Many people guessed that Mad Zhao was trying to reach the highest level of the lightning wind palm. In the history of the clan, there were very few geniuses who could reach the 6th level of the lightning wind palm. Most of them gave up halfway or became crippled or even met with misfortune. Even if there was a case where a genius with high comprehension trained the lightning wind palm to the highest level, he was struck by lightning and died. In the past few days, the lightning in Zhao Feng's residence had disappeared. Did he succeed? If he succeeded, would he be struck by lightning and die? This was a question that many people were concerned about, especially those who were enemies. The weird thing was that First Elder had remained silent about this. Why didn't First Elder stop Zhao Feng? There must be something fishy going on. Haiyan Elder wasn't a stupid person. In fact, a month ago, Haiyan Elder and the clan head went to find First Elder to ask for him to stop Zhao Feng. After all, Zhao Feng was a core disciple of the clan, and the Alliance Banquet was counting on him to bring glory to the clan. In the end, First Elder shook his head and said that he couldn't stop him. He even sent people to protect Zhao Feng in the dark and not let anyone else interfere. Sky Moon Mountain. In an exquisite green jade mansion. Zhao Feng has come out of seclusion? Summon him immediately. The Broken Moon Clan Master said to Ran Xiaoyuan and Sister Yuan, "Master, why do you value him so much?" Senior Sister Yuan asked in confusion. Although Zhao Feng was a direct disciple, he was still just a disciple and not a disciple of the sect master. There's still a month before the Alliance Convention starts. The disciples of the ancient shrine specialize in mental energy techniques and will be the biggest headache. And Zhao Feng is the only disciple in our sect who is proficient in spiritual occult techniques. The Broken Moon Clan said with a faint smile. I see. Realization dawned on Senior Sister Yuan. The Broken Moon Clan Master's actions were for the benefit of the clan. If Zhao Feng was willing to help, the participating disciples would be able to feel the mental energy attack and have a way to deal with it. When the time comes, they would have a higher chance of winning against the terrifying successor of the ancient shrine. The reason why the sect master looked for Zhao Feng so quickly was because he was worried that Zhao Feng would soon enter the next round of closed-door cultivation. Meanwhile, First Elder's mansion. Feng Air has finally come out of seclusion. First Elder's expression was filled with expectation and worry. Could Zhao Feng succeed? Would he be able to break through the lightning wind palm? Summon Zhao Feng immediately. First Elder ordered. Master, it seems like the sect master has also sent people to find Brother Zhao. Yonggan said. At this point in time, Zhao Feng's exiting seclusion attracted the attention of the entire sect, and there was even some disturbance. The new disciples were more concerned about Zhao Feng's increase in strength. The first and second ranked core disciples, Yonggan and Beimoi, had reached a bottleneck after returning from the 3-clan party. Beimoi was still a distance away from the peak 5th sky. Yonggan was still at the 6th sky, and reaching the peak 6th sky wasn't something that could be done in a few months. According to common sense, if Yonggan wanted to break through to the 7th sky, it would take at least 2 to 3 years and at most 10 years. Unless one's talent had reached the legendary Earth spiritual body and was provided with many times more resources, otherwise it would be extremely hard to break through in a few months. The seventh sky of the Ascended Realm was a total of 7 transformations. It was harder and harder to surpass the limit. On the other hand, Zhao Feng was only at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, so his rate of improvement was faster. He had just come out of seclusion not long ago, and there was an endless stream of people coming to visit him. Lin Fan was the first to arrive, followed by Yun Mingxiang, Shaosun, Su Rin, Lu Yu, and some core disciples. Congratulations, Brother Zhao. You've trained the lightning wind palm to the highest level, Quan Chin said with a fake smile. As soon as he said this, the crowd went into an uproar and many disciples started to flatter him. Most people would congratulate Zhao Feng for breaking through, but he mentioned the lightning wind palm, meaning that he was testing Zhao Feng. It's just the lightning wind palm, it's nothing. I'll even consider changing to a higher rank skill soon, Zhao Feng said ambiguously. His tone seemed arrogant, but it made others feel uncertain. Did Zhao Feng succeed or not? What did he mean by changing his skill? Why does Zhao Feng want to change his skill? Could it be that he's reached the 6th level of the lightning wind palm, but it's too dangerous and he can't use it easily? Quan Chen's eyes twinkled. His way of thinking was very logical. According to the records, there was a high chance of being struck to death by lightning when the lightning wind palm was trained to the highest level. Since Zhao Feng wasn't dead and he wanted to change to a higher rank skill, there must be something he was worried about. A while later, Yonggan, Ran Xiaoyuan, and Sister Yuan all arrived. The clan master and the elders all wanted to find Zhao Feng, so they decided to meet at the Central Division. Sure. Zhao Feng nodded his head and went to the Central Division with the other core disciples. Central Division. The clan master, First Elder, and Hai Yin Master were all present. The Broken Moon clan master had a smile on her face. First Elder was expressionless, but his eyes were filled with anticipation. Hai Yin Master's eyes were like torches as he stared at Zhao Feng. Soon, the 3 stated their intentions. There were only 2 things. Firstly, the problem of Zhao Feng training the lightning wind palm. Secondly, the clan needed Zhao Feng to use a mental energy technique and let the core disciples experience it. Zhao Feng immediately agreed to the second point. How many people are participating in the Alliance banquet? Zhao Feng asked. 10. The Broken Moon clan master answered. Zhao Feng thought to himself, there are a lot of people, more than I expected. The First Elder explained, according to the rules, each Alliance sect has 3 fixed quotas. The other spots need to be paid a large amount of primal crystal stones. After all, the Alliance banquet also has rewards and the 13 clans need to contribute money. Zhao Feng understood. The Alliance banquet was a big stage, and it was a chance for the elites of the clans to improve themselves. Therefore, the 13 clans didn't mind paying a huge price for one spot. The 10 core disciples of the Broken Moon clan were all participating in the Alliance banquet. But of the 13 clans, the top few clans had more spots. After all, these clans had much more money. The Broken Moon clan master smiled. The ancient shrine walks the path of elites, and almost every disciple can reach the top 20. Therefore, if our disciples want to reach the top 20, they will have to fight with them. She also requested that when Zhao Feng used his mental energy techniques, he couldn't injure these core disciples, much less leave a shadow behind. Everyone had seen how strong Zhao Feng's mental energy technique was at the 3 clan party, and even those at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm couldn't block it. No problem. It depends on one's willpower, and it can increase one's resistance by 10% to 100%. Zhao Feng nodded his head in agreement. This was the time for him to make a contribution, and the clan would definitely reward him, including contribution points, primal crystal stones, and other benefits. The higher Zhao Feng's position in the clan was, the more protection he would receive, and even Lord Guanjuan and the Zhao clan would benefit from it. Hai Yun Master's expression was slightly ugly, but it was soon replaced by a bright smile. Martial nephew Zhao, How's your lightning wind palm going? Apparently, when this skill reaches the highest level, it can kill anyone under the true spirit realm, and even those at the true spirit realm would have to avoid it. Hai Yun Master finally asked the question he was most concerned about. Kill anyone under the true spirit realm? Everyone's heart jumped. This lightning wind palm is way too terrifying. The true disciples present looked at Madman Zhao with fear in their eyes. Crazy Zhao was the nickname given to Zhao Feng by the members of the Broken Moon clan. Firstly, his name had the word Feng in it, and secondly, his lightning wind palm was extremely arrogant and no one in the clan dared to offend him. Could it be that he's trained lightning wind palm to the highest level? Everyone was shocked. Even the clan master and elders were concerned about this question. Disciple has indeed trained it to the highest level. Zhao Feng replied. Hearing this, everyone in the hall was stunned. Quan Chen, Beimoi, and company felt as if they had been hit by a heavy blow. Feng-er, are you feeling unwell? Are you in danger? First elder asked caringly. Zhao Feng explained. I've perfected this skill to reduce the danger to the lowest. However, its power is equivalent to a high-class mortal skill when trained to the max level. If a peak-class mortal skill was trained to the max level, its power would be terrifying, especially when it was related to lightning. Then, is it true that the highest level of the lightning wind palm can summon lightning from the 9 heavens? Hai Yun Master's eyes locked onto him. According to Zhao Feng's description, although the lightning wind palm was terrifying, it wasn't too monstrous. It's true. Zhao Feng said. It was true. Everyone took in a cold breath. Even the sect master and the elders were moved. Of course, any power that exceeds one's cultivation has a price and a limit. Zhao Feng continued. Limit and price? Hearing this, Hai Yun Master thought in his heart. As expected, to summon lightning, you need to be in a cloudy or stormy weather. In cloudy weather, there's a 50% chance of summoning lightning. In stormy weather, there's a 100% chance of summoning lightning. This is the limit. Pausing for a moment, Zhao Feng continued. Once the lightning is summoned, it will unleash a power that is more than 10 times stronger than one's own. It can kill anyone under the true spirit realm, and those at the true spirit realm may be heavily injured if they face it head-on. Of course, the price is that there's a 50% chance that I'll be killed by the lightning. The stronger the lightning, the higher the chance of me being killed. Chapter 217. Hearing Zhao Feng's analysis, everyone in the hall took in a cold breath. The 6th level of the lightning wind palm could summon the 9 heavens lightning. This killing move was terrifying to the enemy and could kill anyone under the true spirit realm. If those at the true spirit realm didn't retreat, they might even be heavily injured. At this point in time, all the core disciples, including Hai Yun Master, couldn't help but feel wary towards Zhao Feng. Quan Chen and company all felt nervous when Zhao Feng's gaze swept over them. Although Zhao Feng had to pay a heavy price to summon the lightning, and there was a 50% chance that he would be killed by the lightning, how could this madman be judged by normal standards? Cough, cough. We'll stop talking about the lightning wind palm here. After all, this concerns Feng-er's cultivation secret. The first elder's voice eased the tense and oppressive atmosphere in the hall. Only First Elder knew that Zhao Feng was tricking them. After the lightning wind palm was perfected, the 6th level was a transition and couldn't summon the 9 heavens lightning. Apart from not being able to summon the lightning, the 6th level was much stronger than the original 6th level, and the danger had dropped to the lowest. Being the one who perfected the skill, how could Zhao Feng leave his life to chance and luck? The original 6th level of the lightning wind palm. Even if you didn't actively attract lightning, if you used it in a thunderstorm or cloudy weather, you could still become the target of lightning. Luckily, after continuous refinement and the merging of the lightning inheritance's mysteries, the lightning wind palm had become a powerful and complete skill. Zhao Feng had used the curiosity of everyone and the fame of the original lightning wind palm to scare everyone. Even Hai Yin Master believed most of it. Quan Chun believed it even more and finally understood why Zhao Feng said he needed to find a higher ranked skill. Unknowingly, Zhao Feng had become a taboo existence in everyone's hearts, as if there was a ticking time bomb on him. In this way, unless it was absolutely necessary, who would dare to provoke this madman? Even Hai Yin Master had to be wary if he wanted to secretly attack Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's seemingly high-profile behavior was actually a protective umbrella for himself, buying him more time to grow. In the next few days, Zhao Feng followed the agreement he had with the sect master and guided the true disciples on the secret art of mind. The reason why Zhao Feng agreed was not only because of the benefits promised by the sect. Another reason was that he lacked actual combat experience with occult mind techniques. With so many true disciples willing to be live targets, Zhao Feng naturally could not ask for more. We'll start with the number 1 core disciple, Yonggan. According to the agreement with the sect, the top 5 direct disciples were the most important. Yonggan's willpower, experience, and mental fortitude were all flawless. Such a person had a strong resistance against mental attacks, not to mention that his cultivation was 1 level higher than Zhao Feng's. Zhao Feng was very willing to be Yonggan's sparring partner. Firstly, the two of them had no conflict of interest, so they were friends and not enemies. Secondly, this live target was strong enough, so he didn't need to be too careful. If it was someone who was ranked lower and didn't have a strong will, Zhao Feng might injure them if he was careless. Bam! Zhao Feng exclaimed as he first used the mental energy sound attack. Mental attack, through the vibration of sound waves, can cause damage to the enemy's mind and fragile organs. This was the mental energy attack that Zhao Feng was most familiar with. Facing the mental energy sound wave, Yang Qian's handsome figure trembled slightly. Since he was on guard, he wasn't injured at all and the impact was minimal. Brother Yang, be careful. I only used 50% of my power just then. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. 60%, 70%, 80%, the power increased bit by bit. When Zhao Feng gathered 80 to 90% of his power, Yonggan couldn't help but be slightly affected and his mind and blood started to tremble. Junior brother Zhao, if you sneak attacked me with that mental sound wave attack, it might have injured me. Yonggan's expression was solemn. If it was someone else other than him and Beimoi, Zhao Feng would probably only need to open his mouth and they would be killed invisibly. What was more terrifying was that Zhao Feng's attack was an area of effect attack. It was because of this that Zhao Feng was able to dominate the second stage and not be afraid of the human wave tactic. What Yonggan didn't know was that although Zhao Feng's mental energy sound attack was almost at full power, he had only merged 20 to 30% of the lightning inheritance into it. In other words, if Zhao Feng merged the lightning inheritance into it, the power of the mental energy sound attack would increase by more than 50%. Under that situation, even if Yonggan was prepared, he might still be injured. Zhao Feng's first round of mental energy attack was the mental energy sound attack that he specialized in. After blocking it many times, Yonggan's immunity had increased significantly. The second round of mental energy attack, heart invasion. No one was perfect. Everyone had flaws, and this was the same for the soul. If a person's mental state could reach a perfect level, they would be a saint. It was obvious that saints only existed in the legends. Heart invasion was an attack aimed at the flaws in the target's mind. Those hit by this attack would lose their cool, and their mind would become chaotic. In the worst-case scenario, they might go berserk or even have a mental breakdown. Zhao Feng's heart invasion on Yonggan didn't have much effect most of the time. However, there was one time where Zhao Feng broke through Yonggan's mental defenses. The latter clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Impossible! No one can replace my head disciple, Beimoi. Zhao Feng, you're still far from it. How is this possible? Of course, even though Yang Gan's mental defenses were broken, he quickly recovered. The entire process only lasted half a breath. Half a breath was enough to decide life and death in a battle between experts. Brother Zhao, cold sweat appeared on Yang Gan's forehead. Zhao Feng smiled. It's fine, no one is perfect. Everyone has a flaw in their mind. Yang Gan felt a bit guilty, but didn't continue to pursue the matter. Facing Zhao Feng's mental attacks, Yang Gan's resistance had also become stronger. The third round of mental energy techniques, mental energy illusion. The path of illusions was extremely profound and could be used in many different areas. For example, movement skills and illusion arrays. Zhao Feng's mental energy technique was a combination of the illusion fish picture, heart controlling technique, and other mental energy techniques. Brother Yang, I'm going to start. Zhao Feng's voice was filled with enticement, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. The instant Yang Gan's eyes met Zhao Feng's eyes, his face struggled for a moment before returning back to normal. This illusion attack is so strong. Yang Gan was slightly surprised. Zhao Feng's mental energy illusion merged with the illusion fish picture, and its power was unimaginable. The illusion fish picture was extremely profound in the area of arrays. Using old man Zhang's words, if you could understand the illusion fish picture, the two of us wouldn't have the right to be your teacher. By now, Zhao Feng had almost fully comprehended the illusion fish picture, and when combined with mental energy illusion, its power was terrifying. I've only used 30 to 40% of my power. Zhao Feng lightly smiled as he once again used his mental energy illusion technique. His mental energy illusion techniques were split into two types. The first type, illusion attacks. That night, when Zhao Feng was attacked by the hooded figure, it was this type. The second type, illusion confusion. Zhao Feng's forte was the second type, combining the illusion fish picture and could make the opponent's consciousness fall into an illusion. When Zhao Feng used 60 to 70% of his power, Yang Gan had already fallen into a trance. Every trance lasted from half a breath to 1 or 2 breaths. 2 days later, Zhao Feng's explanation of Yang Gan's mental energy came to an end. The surrounding people saw Yang Gan walk out in a daze, his expression a bit ragged. Immediately after, Bei Moi, Ran Xiaoyuan, Yuan Ji and company all became Zhao Feng's targets. Zhao Feng was surprised to find that Bei Moi's resistance towards mental energy was even stronger than Yang Gan's. This was related to the Darkwater laws he had comprehended. Bei Moi didn't just specialize in defense in real life, his mental energy defense was also very strong under the Darkwater laws. After 2 days of training, Bei Moi also left in a haggard state. The third was Ran Xiaoyuan. Ran Xiaoyuan had successfully reached the 4th Corps disciple rank, just below Zhao Feng and Bei Moi. Ran Xiaoyuan's performance was very normal. When he was being invaded, Ran Xiaoyuan's performance made Zhao Feng stunned. I like senior brother Zhao, senior sister. Don't tell anyone else. Ran Xiaoyuan's face was bright red, and she said anxiously. The entire process lasted for a few breaths. Zhao Feng pretended like he didn't find anything, but he gave some pointers to Ran Xiaoyuan. 10 days later, the 9 core disciples all walked out of Zhao Feng's place. Yang Gan, Bei Moi, and Ran Xiaoyuan were the main targets. The people behind them only needed a day and a half to pass. Of course, those that Zhao Feng had a good relationship with, Lin Fan and company, were also taken care of. From this moment onwards, Zhao Feng grasped the weaknesses of each core disciple and knew their unknown side. All of the core disciples of the Broken Moon clan were wary, respectful, and even guilty toward Zhao Feng. From then on, Zhao Feng became a forbidden existence in the inner disciples. Whenever the core disciples mentioned Zhao Feng or met him, they would feel a bit unnatural. After the training, Zhao Feng received rewards from the clan, including 1,000 low-grade primal crystal stones, contribution points, spiritual pills, and items. Zhao Feng was very satisfied. In these 10 days, his mental energy had improved greatly and his strength had increased greatly. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the next period of time, most of the core disciples were in secluded meditation, hoping to break through their bottlenecks. However, there were still 20 days until the Alliance banquet. It was impossible to break through in such a short amount of time, especially for core disciples at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. At this time, Zhao Feng was facing the same problem. His strength had reached a limit in every aspect. It wouldn't be easy for him to break through in any aspect in the remaining 20 days. With my cultivation at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm, I'm still far from being able to stand out at the Alliance banquet, especially the 4 stars. Their strength is even more monstrous. Zhao Feng calculated in his heart. How should he use the remaining time to improve? Firstly, he could go into secluded meditation. The more he went into secluded meditation, the less effective it would be. In that case, there was another way to improve it further. Chapter 218. The answer was obvious: battle experience. Over the past few months, Zhao Feng had been in seclusion for too long and he had reached a bottleneck in every aspect. Only through battle would he be able to refine himself and squeeze out more potential. This was also why everyone's cultivation had increased so quickly in the Floating Crest trial. Of course, there was still 20 days left, and even if there was a chance for battle, Zhao Feng couldn't guarantee that he would be able to break through. But he was sure that if he continued to cultivate, he wouldn't be able to make much progress in the remaining time. Therefore, without hesitation, Zhao Feng chose to go out to train. Zhao Feng wasn't the only one who thought of this. Bei Moi and Lin Fan also left the clan and went out to train under the guise of carrying out a mission. Zhao Feng also went to the Central Division and accepted a mission. The goal of the mission was to obtain the crown of a bird called the 2-headed silver-crowned bird from the Sky Cloud Forest. The difficulty of this mission was between the 6th and 7th rank. Usually, 2 to 3 members at the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm were needed to work together to ensure their safety. The 2-headed silver-crowned bird was an overlord of flying beasts. Adding on the fact that it had 2 heads, it was stronger than those at the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. If it was a normal disciple, the Central Division definitely wouldn't accept the mission. But considering the monstrous Zhao Feng, Vice Head Li approved it. From his point of view, even if Zhao Feng couldn't complete the mission, he would be able to escape unscathed. Furthermore, Zhao Feng was a powerful archer, and he was suitable to deal with flying beasts. That's right, the materials you gave out before have all been collected. But the primal crystal stones are almost all used up. Vice Head Li reminded. So fast? Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. He had given out a few 100,000 substandard primal crystal stones for this mission. After obtaining the materials, 90% of the primal crystal stones in Zhao Feng's interspatial bracelet were used up. Meow meow. The little thieving cat jumped out and protested. Zhao Feng had an agreement with the little thieving cat that he would give it 200 substandard primal crystal stones worth of cat food every month. Correspondingly, the little thieving cat wouldn't touch anything else in the storage bracelet. But now that 90% of the primal crystal stones in the bracelet had been used up, the little thieving cat started to feel uneasy. Logically speaking, Zhao Feng should not be facing a financial crisis since he had obtained a huge benefit from the trial. But the source of the financial crisis was the materials for the Dark Shadow Cloak. Many of these materials were priceless, even more valuable than ordinary divine weapons. Moreover, the gathering of materials was in the form of issuing missions. Other people would run errands for you, and even bear the risk. The rewards for the missions would definitely be great. Secondly, Zhao Feng's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He had squandered his resources lavishly including the support he gave to Yang Qingshan and his 2 senior brothers. Right now, Zhao Feng still had more than 1,000 primordial crystal stones, which was equivalent to more than 100,000 subgrade primordial crystal stones. There are gains and losses. Zhao Feng put away the materials for repairing the Dark Shadow Cloak, but he didn't regret it. The Dark Shadow Cloak was an inheritance treasure that would grow with its owner. If it could be repaired, its power would definitely increase. Let's go. After accepting the mission, Zhao Feng quickly left the sect and headed towards the depths of the Sky Cloud Forest. His main purpose for going out was to train in actual combat, followed by carrying out missions. Even if he couldn't complete the mission, he would at most lose some contribution points. Which direction should I go? Zhao Feng squinted his eyes. The Sky Cloud Forest was too big and passed through 13 countries. There were many unsolved mysteries in the depths of the forest, and there were even forbidden areas that even those at the true spirit realm didn't dare to enter. Meow meow! The little thieving cat appeared and spat out an old bronze coin. The coin flipped in the air before landing in the little thieving cat's paw. The little thieving cat had a confident expression. It was like a god as it pointed in a certain direction with its paw. Fine. Zhao Feng doubtfully flew in the direction the little thieving cat pointed. On the way, the cry of an eagle appeared in the air, which made all the nearby deadly beasts tremble. Zhao Feng raised his head and saw a golden feathered eagle flying through the air. Judging from its aura, it had reached the 4th sky of the ascended realm. This was a flying beast, and it was suitable for transportation. Come down. Zhao Feng's voice was filled with enticement that pierced through the mental energy dimension. The golden feathered eagle spread its wings and slowly landed on the ground, appearing very obedient. Zhao Feng nodded his head and sat on the eagle's back. At this moment, his comprehension of the mind control art was not much inferior to that of the man in bamboo hat, so it was easy for him to control a flying demonic beast. The golden feathered eagle carried the human and cat towards the depths of the Sky Cloud Forest. Half an hour later, a river appeared in front of them, and on the other side was a small canyon. It's here? Zhao Feng confirmed that this was the canyon he had been to before. Back then, he had been forced into desperate straits, forced into the blood python's cave while 2 high-tier vicious beasts were fighting each other. Later on, Ran Xiaoyuan and the other disciples of the clan had come and killed the Azure Headwolf King, allowing Zhao Feng to escape. Today, Lin Yun came to the Blood Python Valley again. There was a high-tier ferocious beast that was stronger than the Azure Wolf King from back then. However, the golden feathered eagle that Zhao Feng sat on had reached the level of a Yao beast, the Lord-tier deadly beast in the eyes of the world. The high-tier deadly beast was trembling. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. A year ago, he couldn't even protect his life. But today, the high-tier deadly beast was no different from an ant in front of him. Ignoring the high-tier deadly beast, Zhao Feng told the golden feathered eagle to slow down. According to the little thieving cat's divination, they should be arriving at their destination soon. After a while, the forest ahead became even more serene, and there was a strange aura in the air. Occasionally, a few beasts would jump out from the forest. Zhao Feng looked down from above and used his mental energy sound wave to kill normal beasts with one roar. Even some of the beasts with thick skin and strong defense would collapse and run away in fear after being hit by the mental energy sound wave technique. The deeper they went, the greater the resistance Zhao Feng faced. An aura that made Zhao Feng feel uneasy came from the distance. He was sure that there were beasts at the 7th sky or higher in the depths of the forest. Only existences at this level could threaten Zhao Feng. Meow meow. The little thieving cat threw out the bronze coin and pointed forward. Zhao Feng nodded his head and released the golden feathered eagle. Under the cover of the Yin Shadow cloak, he landed in the depths of the forest and hid his aura to the maximum. Under the cover of the Yin Shadow cloak, the beasts in the depths of the forest weren't able to sense Zhao Feng's existence. The auras of the beasts in the depths of the forest became stronger and stronger. They were all at the fifth sky or higher. Zhao Feng suspected that the depths of the forest was the main camp of the beasts. On the way, Zhao Feng even met a few beasts at the seventh sky of the Ascended Realm. Even with the cover of the Yin Shadow cloak, the beast seemed to sense him when he got close and looked around cautiously. Although Zhao Feng knew that even if he met a beast at the seventh sky of the Ascended Realm, he could at least protect himself. This forest was extremely weird. However, this forest was extremely weird and there were countless powerful beasts here. Those under the true spirit realm would most likely die if they were to fall into it. After a few long hours, Zhao Feng finally passed through the most dangerous part of the forest. On the way, he met more than 20 beasts at the seventh sky of the Ascended Realm, and some of them were even comparable to those at the half-step true spirit realm. Their terrifying auras made it hard for Zhao Feng to breathe. Those at the half-step true spirit realm were equivalent to half a true spirit realm and far surpassed those at the seventh sky of the Ascended Realm. At this point in time, the forest became misty, and the color of the mist was similar to the forest. It was as if the forest had formed a natural barrier. Zhao Feng instantly lost his sense of direction when he entered the misty forest. No wonder this place was filled with the air of death, and there wasn't a single person alive. Wherever Zhao Feng walked, bones would appear under his feet, and a cold and eerie air of death would make one shiver. Most people who enter this place won't be able to return, even if they're at the half-step true spirit realm. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. Luckily, he had his left eye, which allowed him to see through the mist. Furthermore, he specialized in mental energy illusions, so the effect of the misty forest on him was minimal. Kacha! Kacha! Zhao Feng walked on the pile of bones, and the area around him was filled with bones. The air of death became heavier and heavier until it was strong enough to make normal cultivators at the seventh sky of the Ascended Realm lose their composure and find it hard to breathe. A sense of danger and coldness enveloped Zhao Feng's heart. It was as if there was a mysterious power trying to enter his body. The little thieving cat on his shoulder cautiously looked around. Zhao Feng took off his eye patch, and his azure eye flashed with a sharp azure light as an aura that could shock gods and ghosts started to spread. Instantly, the sense of danger dissipated by more than half. Activating his left eye to the limit, Zhao Feng finally saw the situation in front of him. In the depths of the misty forest, there were more than 100 graves. Each grave wasn't small and was comparable to a small palace. The tombstones were 10 meters tall. All the mausoleums surrounded a small plaza. The ground of the field was made of a weird silver crystal stone, and even Zhao Feng's left eye couldn't see through it. At the center of the silver field was a stone altar that had a rays carved on it. Next to the stone altar was a small hut. Misty forest, land of white bones, mausoleum, silver crystal plaza, mysterious altar. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. It was unknown whether it was out of fear or excitement, but his body started to tremble. Normally, even those at the half-step Ascended Realm wouldn't be able to reach this depth. Even those at the true spirit realm would be affected by the mist and lose their sense of direction. However, Zhao Feng had managed to do it. With the help of his left eye, he was fine. At this moment, Zhao Feng was still more than 100 yards away from the tombs, but with every step he took, the pressure and uneasiness became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the white bones in front of him started to shake and the ground started to shake. With the sound of bones cracking, 2 to 3 human-shaped skeletons climbed out from the ground. They held white bone weapons in their hands, and green flames burned in their eyes. Each of the 3 human-shaped skeletons gave Zhao Feng a faint pressure, and they all had the strength of at least the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. Furthermore, there might be more ambushes along the way. Should he go forward or retreat? Before Zhao Feng could make a decision, the 3 human-shaped skeletons leapt in front of him and started to attack. Chapter 219. Each of these 3 human-shaped skeletons possessed battle prowess comparable to the disciples participating in the 3-sect party. Under the combined attack, even Zhao Feng was forced to take a few steps back in a short period of time. Swish, 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 the 3 bone blades were surrounded by a dark light, and their momentum was like thunder. They all struck Zhao Feng, and the latter's figure was instantly destroyed. Swoosh! Lightning flashed in the void, and a few overlapping phantoms appeared several feet away. This was the illusionary fish electric arc steps created by Zhao Feng. With the illusionary fish picture as the core, it integrated the profound meaning of the lightning inheritance and drew on the essence of many movement techniques. During the 3-sect party, Zhao Feng hadn't used it casually. At that time, this movement technique hadn't matured yet. Now that several months had passed, the illusion fish electric arc steps had been perfected by Zhao Feng, and its power was extraordinary. The 3 human-shaped skeletons that were comparable to the 6th celestial layer couldn't even touch the hem of Zhao Feng's clothes. Thunder wind palm. Zhao Feng's blue hair and sleeves fluttered in the wind. Precise electric patterns floated in the center of his palms. In a split second, wind and thunder intersected, and electric arcs roared in the wind. Bang! Bang! Crack! In an instant, the 3 human-shaped skeletons were blasted away by a single palm strike. The human-shaped skeleton that bore the brunt of the attack was instantly pulverized and charred black. The other 2 skeletons were also crippled. Such a strong power. Zhao Feng was pleasantly surprised as he looked at his palm. The power of the 6th level of the Thunder Wind Palm was indeed terrifying. It killed 3 human-shaped skeletons at the 6th sky in one hit. In this mysterious forbidden land, Zhao Feng did not need to hide his lightning inheritance because he had nothing to fear. The other 2 human-shaped skeletons were both crippled. Zhao Feng waved his hand, and 2 arcs of lightning shot through the air. Crack! Crack! The 2 human-shaped skeletons shattered into pieces. Zhao Feng let out a sigh of relief. Although the 3 skeletons were powerful, they seemed to be restrained by his thunderstorm palm. Under normal circumstances, it was a bit exaggerated to kill 3 people at the 6th celestial layer in a second. From another perspective, would Zhao Feng be able to kill 3 Yongans with 1 palm strike? Obviously, under normal circumstances, it was unlikely. After killing the 3 skeletons, Zhao Feng continued forward. The mausoleum was still 100 zhang away from him. Next, Zhao Feng was on guard. He used his left eye to monitor the area below the bone layer. Puff! Puff! There was movement below the white bones again. A human-shaped skeleton crawled out. Die! Zhao Feng didn't wait for them to show their heads. His wind and thunder palms quickly burst forth. Amidst the rumbling wind and thunder, he killed one with each palm. His movement technique was extremely fast. When he used the illusion fish electric arc steps, only streaks of electric arcs could be seen flashing through the air, creating a series of afterimages. Even if 3 or 4 human-shaped skeletons appeared at the same time, before they could climb out, they were all killed by Zhao Feng. It was like a game of whack-a-mole, killing one with each hit. Of course, when it came to Zhao Feng, it seemed to be an understatement. If it was a normal cultivator at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm, they would find it hard to deal with one. After all, Zhao Feng's speed was extremely fast, and the power of his lightning wind palms could kill one with each palm. The group of mausoleums came closer and closer. 100 zhang, 90 zhang, 80 zhang. Zhao Feng's figure came closer and closer as he used his left eye to monitor his surroundings. The skeletons that crawled out from the white bones were mostly at the 5th or 6th sky. Sometimes there would even be 10s of them. Luckily, Zhao Feng's illusion fish electric arc steps was as fast as lightning. These skeletons had just woken up and their bodies were stiff, unable to even touch the corner of his clothes. After entering the 50 zhang area, Zhao Feng met a human-shaped skeleton whose strength was comparable to the 7th sky. This human-shaped skeleton was 2 to 3 zhang tall, and it held a thick-boned spear in its hand. When it swung it, a radius of tens of zhang was covered in black wind. It was hard for Zhao Feng to deal with it. If he was hit head-on, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Furthermore, the defense of a human-shaped skeleton at the seventh sky had increased. Xiu! Xiu! Zhao Feng pushed the illusion fish electric arc steps to the limit and quickly killed the weaker skeletons nearby. Then he used his lightning wind palms and fought with the seventh sky skeleton. Lightning, wind, raging dragon. Zhao Feng struck out with his palm. Wind and lightning intertwined and turned into a lightning dragon that covered the seventh sky skeleton. The whole body of the seventh sky skeleton sizzled and was charred black. Parts of it exploded. A moment later, the seventh heavenly layer skeleton fell to the ground. Zhao Feng panted slightly and continued forward. After that, every few zhang, there would be a seventh sky skeleton crawling out. There were also many skeletons of other levels. Zhao Feng's advance was blocked. For the last 50 zhang, every 10 zhang he advanced, he would meet with a huge resistance. Zhao Feng looked at the group of mausoleums in the distance and did not dare to fly over. Only by clearing it bit by bit could he be free of worries. Seeing the sky darken, Zhao Feng started to panic. But when he thought about it again, wasn't his purpose of coming out to gain experience. Although there might be fortune in this weird area, especially the mausoleum, there might be treasures. But Zhao Feng understood that being hasty won't get you anywhere. I'll take it slow. Zhao Feng calmed down, and he sat down to rest and ate spiritual pills. After he had enough energy, he continued to open the path. In the last 30 zhang, the skeletons that crawled out were all at the seventh sky of the ascended realm. Zhao Feng carefully and slowly dragged it out. Illusion fish electric arc steps flowed smoothly under his feet. He had also made new progress in his usage of the lightning inheritance. At the start, Zhao Feng could barely fight with 1 or 2 skeletons at the seventh sky. Then it increased to 3, then 4. Facing 4 skeletons at the seventh sky at the same time was already unimaginable. Zhao Feng's lightning inheritance and movement skill had improved by quite a bit. His lightning wind palm's power and usage had also increased. Sure enough, actual combat is the best training for one's body. Zhao Feng was overjoyed in his heart. 3 days later, Zhao Feng reached the last 10 yards of the mausoleum. At this moment, an even more terrifying human-shaped skeleton crawled out. Its bones glowed with a silver light, and from its aura, it had obviously reached the half-step true spirit realm. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically as he attacked first. He threw out his lightning wind palm like a torrential storm, creating a terrifying destructive force. On the other hand, the glowing silver skeleton managed to stand up after taking the attack head-on. Boom! A powerful force sent Zhao Feng flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After reaching the half-step true spirit realm, my offense and defense have all increased. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and circulated his bloodline power. Shoo! The Yin shadow cloak fluttered, and Zhao Feng's figure turned into a faint azure line of lightning as he ran back the way he came. The glowing silver skeleton was like a mini tornado as it rapidly pressed down on him. One had to know that Zhao Feng's current speed, with the help of the lightning arc step and Yin shadow cloak, was comparable to those at the seventh sky of the ascended realm. However, even under this situation, he wasn't able to escape from the glowing silver skeleton. Reaching the half-step true spirit realm meant that one's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds, even if it was only half a step into the true spirit realm. Even though the glowing silver skeleton didn't specialize in speed, it was still slightly faster than those at the seventh sky. After running 100 yards, the glowing silver skeleton finally stopped and paced back and forth for a long time. Zhao Feng let out a breath. It seemed like these skeletons wouldn't leave this territory easily. After resting for a couple of hours, Zhao Feng's injuries had fully recovered and his mental energy had reached its peak. He once again returned and challenged the glowing silver skeleton. A while later, Zhao Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and returned. Another failure. Again, Zhao Feng tried 7 or 8 times, and after 2 days, he still wasn't the skeleton's match. Of course, his strength had increased over the past 2 days, and he could barely keep up with the skeleton for a while. It's almost impossible to beat it head-on. If this skeleton had the speed of a normal skeleton at the half-step true spirit realm and wasn't restricted by this area, then I'd be dead for sure. Zhao Feng gave up on attacking it head-on. He soon thought of an idea and took out the Luoho Bao with a weird smile. He took a deep breath and poured his bloodline power and true force into the Luoho Bao. So. 3 Luoho arrows glowed with a dark azure light and shot towards the glowing silver skeleton's joints. After being shot, the glowing silver skeleton chased after it, but its body was covered in frost, which slowed it down. Zhao Feng was at the 50-yard position, and he decisively ran out of the 100-yard range. Cho! The Luoho arrows returned to their original positions, and the glowing silver skeleton wouldn't leave its territory. Zhao Feng pulled on the Luoho Bao and shot a barrage of attacks from behind, causing the glowing silver skeleton's speed to decrease. In an instant, Zhao Feng could shoot more than a dozen arrows at the glowing silver skeleton. For hours later, the glowing silver skeleton fell to the ground. After all, Zhao Feng had merged his bloodline power into the Luoho Bao, and a full-powered arrow could cause fatal damage to those at the 7th sky of the Ascended Realm. For the next 2 to 3 days, Zhao Feng did the same thing and cleared out all the skeletons at the 7th sky, including the glowing silver skeleton. Finally, Zhao Feng arrived in front of the tombs. In front of him, there were more than 100 tombs that seemed to be worshipping the emperor and surrounded the central square. Meow meow. The little thieving cat's black eyes spun. Zhao Feng thought that with the little thieving cat's personality, there would definitely be treasures in this area. Thinking up to here, he circulated his left eye and inspected the tombs nearby. His left eye could see through the walls and the general situation of the tombs. Take the closest tomb as an example. There was a small palace tomb with a coffin and some funerary objects inside. However, the corpses in the tombs were all powerful existences when they were alive. Even in death, they still gave off a powerful aura that could make normal people suffocate. These corpses were all at least at the true spirit realm when they were alive. Zhao Feng didn't make any rash moves. This group of tombs was filled with eeriness and coldness. The layout was like a funeral, but also like a ceremony. Anyone who came here personally would have to be wary and cautious. The entire group of tombs and the square was dead silent, as if they were here to witness the past glory of history. Zhao Feng could only confirm that there were no living beings in this area, and they didn't sense the existence of danger. However, the skeletons from before weren't living beings. Who knew if there were other, terrifying existences? Just as Zhao Feng was hesitating. Meow meow. The little thieving cat nimbly flipped through the air and landed on the stone tablet of the mausoleum. Then, with a zung-zung, it charged towards the plaza. In this process, the little thieving cat wasn't attacked at all. No danger? Zhao Feng was surprised, and his heart jumped when he saw the little thieving cat's swift movements. With this cat's personality, if he didn't follow it closely, it might take all the treasures for itself.